Hey, girl. Yeah, it's messy. Hopefully, everything doesn't sound too heckin' wonky. I thought it'd be nice to have my little buddy here. I did decorate, like, real quick, a single cookie, and then gave it to Apturnus to eat. So that way he could try it. Let's see. I've only made, like, a couple of, like, oh, it is? Of course. It is not left for me to that. Hopefully that's a little bit better. It didn't seem like it was going to be too terribly bad, but I basically put it at the lowest volume possible on YouTube, so because Onset has put that earworm in me, and I just want to listen to this softy for way too long. No, that is fair. I appreciate you letting me know. I could probably also turn it down, like, that's the there we go. Just so that way it doesn't get, like, super weird. Are you on the help?
No.
No!
You think I have a steady enough hand to decorate?
Yes!
I'm here just to sit here and play the Pokemon TCG. Because I haven't played it in a couple of days.
Can ask for the small favors, the sprinkles.
I told you you were going to ask for it.
I did ask for it earlier, and you said okay, and then you disappeared.
No, you were sure you wanted to ask for it because I reacted.
And then I proceeded to ask for it.
I didn't hear you ask for it.
No, that is fair. Hopefully it's low enough to where it's not, like, gonna have that issue. Let's see. Is this, like, getting funky? A little bit. So, I did make a couple more.
The sheet powder in front of the sprinkles.
I don't know. I can't see anything. Bold of you to assume that I can, like, see anything up there.
You have a Thepsil for a reason.
No. But I was busy. I was busy using that. Well, apparently Apprentice doesn't want to decorate cookies, so.
I'm just here for company.
I mean, company is always welcome. Let's see. They turned out pretty okay. Some of them are a little bit darker, but it's not too terribly bad. Like, a little bit darker, but like, that was the first batch. Like, second batch was a little bit more lighter, so this is more of what, like, I would aim for, which is fine. Let's see. Some of what she was doing was just kind of like, I guess, just dipping them in and just like pulling them out.
Yeah.
It feels weird being like, I haven't done this in so long, so it's just like, try and like even it out a little bit. I woke up very early this morning in comparison to how I've been getting up. I just woke up randomly at like 9:30 and was just like, should I try and get more sleep? And it's just like, no, we're gonna get up incredibly early tomorrow, so I might as well just be like, well, I live with this now.
For context, tomorrow is when we are heading to the Borgata.
Yes. That's not too bad.
Let's. Yeah.
I should probably just dip all the snowmen and just see where I'm at icing wise, I guess.
You can do that if you want.
I can. Because the plan, I feel like, would be to decorate them after I've dipped them. Which... guess green is the smallest one that we have. Or darkest color we have. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll just be a little derpy looking. But
Just the way you put that.
listen,
Yeah.
this is I haven't decorated cookies in such a long time.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do anything to be able to try and form nose. Wherever it falls, I'm not picking it back up. So it lives there now. I'm decorating some, attempting to decorate cookies. Which I think is already turned out a little questionable. But I wanted to be able to do this before we left, because I know that once we get back, I imagine probably just see about doing like some sort of like comfort stream or something. Yeah, Nessie's here. Normally Nessie sits on... I'm gonna break my own rule here and just try and maneuver this a little bit. That's fine. I know they don't gotta be perfect, because we're just gonna eat them anyway. But yeah, Nessie usually sits at my desk. I'll see about doing some outlines on this once it dries a little bit more, I think. It's very unusual just being like, oh, that's my arm. That is me. Just reaching for everything. I also feel bad earlier, Myth, that my mobile just decided that it just did not like being able to swap to chat for a hot second. Which I know it's fine. It's just, I don't even understand when it finally reconnected, and I was too scared to try and rejoin chat to be like, well, whoops, I really need to be on mobile right now, so I guess I live with this. some of these out a little bit. What?
Oh, just how badly I'm freaking in this game.
What happened?
Oh, just I can't find a fucking Nidoqueen for the life of me.
Why do you need a Neoqueen?
Because Nidoqueen basically tutors my entire deck.
Gotcha.
And my opponent is about to win anyway, so that's. I was going to concede and.
Hi, Juice. Hi, Stabby. We're trying to do some cookies.
No myths. I don't even. Yeah, no. It's been a while since it's done that.
It has been a while. How are you? And yeah, Nessie is here for emotional support, I guess.
Wow.
You're here too.
Yeah, but Nessie's emotional support.
You are too. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know what was going on, but I'm glad that whatever it was, it's a little bit better now. Got some very questionable looking snowman. I like the fact that I could just like dip them though. That's nice. This feels like it's a lot. I'm sorry. If you want to talk about it, you can. If you also don't want to talk about it, that is also fine. Upcarnus is emotional support, Nessie is motivational support. That is fair.
That still hurts.
Why? Why does it hurt?
Because you think I get first. I get. I could do both.
Huh?
You would think I could do both.
I don't want to burden you with both. Didn't quite get rid of all the bubbles, but that's okay.
How much? Okay. Put the energy on
Figure
here.
if I get all of the white out of the way, I can change the color of it. Oh, the snowman doesn't want to come out. Come out, please. Yes.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm playing the Pokemon TCG on the side, but because I haven't played in a few days, I mostly just because it's just like
It's because Mobile Rocket League got its teeth into you for like a hot minute.
And then I realized it's like, okay, this is extremely boring. After only for a couple of days. That's all it took.
Like I said, a couple of days. I mean, you tried the one mobile game and that was like, what, an hour before you uninstall it?
Yeah. And that's the thing. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I realize I'm not that important.
No, that's... No, that's fair. Wait, you always say Christmas for what? Sorry, I don't understand the context.
I don't know. I'm playing the Pokemon TCG. I don't know if I could get myself to go back to Unite. Like, Unite is not a...
It's not bad, but it's not great.
It's pay to win.
It is pay the win, unfortunately.
And honestly, like, the problem fundamentally comes that, like, the number I could count the number of games that were won, that a team won without Zapdos on one hand. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. One without either getting, their opponent got Zapdos.
That's fair. I'm trying to be mindful of the camera so that way you all can actually see. Also, if the music gets annoying for anyone, let me know. I can always change it. It's just, this is just where my brain has been the last couple of days, so I just have an hour loop of this song.
Oh, Karma. But yeah,
Oh, we're doing cookies.
like,
we're decorating them more precisely. Attempting.
I've been meh. Like, my job still absolutely sucks, but you know, that's.
I mean, kind of push this down over here.
That's basically where I've been at. My job sucks. You know, which is basically, par for the course. So.
Luckily, they're not gonna have you work
for for the next 2 weeks or so.
Not really, because everyone's gonna be like gone.
Yeah, I mean, technically I could work, but why the fuck would I? I mean, I might do some work, not because I want to work, but out of desperation, the fact that things are broken. This is the one time I can possibly get stuff done without anyone noticing.
I get you. I've just still been kind of doing this and thinking about like how things I guess have turned out with like doing this in general. Because I definitely didn't start this at the beginning of the year. Oh, no. That's not going to work. It's already starting to cross over, so I guess if I want to put sprinkles on, it need to be fresh out of bed.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just decorate the ones I've already crested with the attempted black I did.
My poor opponent.
Hi, Johnny. Attempting to try and put like a sideways nose, I guess, on the snowman.
My poor opponent, and I'm running a Charizard deck, just to get my dailies done. And they were running a metal deck, and then Rapidash has an ability that lets it negate all damage and effects coming in on a heads after attacking. And I've been just getting constant heads. Oh, there's the tails. Except I have another Rapidash and 2 Charizards on the bed.
Kind of a face. Kind of have a face going on here. This. It's still very unusual to think that, like, people would even want to come hang out with me in terms of, like, doing stream-related things. So, seeing the whole Twitch thing of, like, in review type of thing, it's just like, well, I don't know, but, like, I'm glad that people want to come hang out.
Constantly heads.
No, that is
not constant head. Get your mind out of the gutter, or savvy. We already had a very horny moment on Starbits stream.
Listen, it's fine.
Is it though?
Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna attempt not to goof this up. I make no promises.
I like how my opponent went and KO'd KO'd one of my Pokemon and then conceded. Because, No, you can't say whatever the fuck you want, Johnny. Of course you can. Look,
Honestly, I don't understand when that would have been added to, like, oh, you can't say this, because I feel like it wasn't there the last time I looked at TOS, but I guess I need to look at TOS again. Man, this is definitely like, oh, you don't know how to ice it all, do you?
I mean, do you?
I did at one point. Slim's streaming right now and it's extremely. Uh-oh, what happened? Doesn't help that I am extremely right-handed, so, like, I feel like I'm blocking most of this, but I will try my best. I attempted to try and make a black out of this. Instead, I got a very, very dark brown. So the chart I was watching, or going through, lied to me. Idea. I put down
To
sprinkles.
be fair, we have gels, and for some reason, I always, if I remember correctly, like, technically powders are better for food coloring. And
Wrong question. What do you... Ah, really? That's neat. Honestly, I didn't think I've said this before, but it's still relevant. I didn't think I was going to show up on any of those. Also, so you can all kind of see a little bit more, a little better. Try it.
Myths, do you have marketing emails blocked? Because if that's the case, then you might never get it. Like, I probably might never get it because marketing emails. I had them.
I keep all of mine active in case anything important comes through. Let's, I guess, try this again. Let's see if I can. Can I just make you a hat, sir?
Oh no!
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Slim.
What a
sprinkle. Well, bam. That would be messy. I shouldn't do that. Hi, Tester. Hi, Starbits. Hi, Slim. Careful, SpongeBob. Why? Myth, you summoned them.
you're
We're trying to decorate cookies, as you can possibly see. Mixed results. Slightly mixed results. But to be fair, I haven't iced in a hot minute. So, you know, we're trying our best. Just do a smiley face, maybe.
See,
listen, I'm trying my best.
See, Myths, if you want to break Calvi, you know how to.
What?
So you just as Myths telling you just that it's just shush and they look great, and I'm just saying, if you want to break Calvi, all you have to do is start a hype train, and she will break.
No one started hype train. Hello, playing status. Oh, no.
I mean, the mod is not really on duty because I can't really mod. I can half mod on my phone, and also.
Is it too late to try and set this? It kind of is. Whoops. Let's
damn
just
it.
tap it gently and just kind of try and not make this look like anything other than a hat. We'll go with that. Also, I did peek in a little bit earlier, Slim. How was Bloodborne?
No.
Why have you started this? Thank you, Starbucks, for the 180 bits.
I don't know
Yes,
about
it actually does help. How dare you? Let me see if I can, like, pop anything in this dude hat. Yeah, anything like that, it will help with it. Have a good look, little birdie. There we go. This is a much better snowman. Look at that. Got a little decorative piece in his hat and everything. I am keeping the stream preview up so that way I can kind of a little bit more easily show you all the cookies. Are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes. Why did you ask the same question twice? Are you a lawyer trying to get different answers and call me?
I can slap the table and be like, now wait a minute. Thank you, little birdie. Myth? Myth? I don't have a notification for that many myths. I don't have an email for that slot yet because nobody's added it yet.
Hey, you're just adding more work for Calvi to do. Because Calvi still needs her 9-month
I
emote.
know.
Oh.
I figured that would be what I would do when we get back from the trip. I figured I would just spend the duration of the trip brainstorming things because I'm not going to be able to drive and I can't enter any poker tournaments.
I mean, you can watch me play poker for a hot minute.
Throw a cookie. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the hate trade is going.
Wait, reference? Reference for what?
Now I'm confused, actually.
No, I'm confused. Okay, it's a little bit better of a hat going on here. You're all sweet, thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Oh, hello, artist friend who I love and support. I would like to go to you for 2 emotes, please.
Wait, are you like serious? Like serious? Is that why you were asking about if I would open up like commission things? How did you all summon? That's fair. Whenever you're ready, Myth, you can send it on over. Thank you, Peg, for the 1,000 bits. I don't know how you got summoned, but apparently.
To be fair, I imagine Pig was in Slim's stream and just came out of lurking.
Oh, possibly. We're attempting to do them cookies. Attempting. There's some mixed results here. But the hat on this one's looking pretty okay. You were here with the Ray just lurking? That's fair.
I did call it.
You did. I just find it funny that it, like, in a way, summoned. It summoned a lot of people.
Yeah, and
I don't know how I'm gonna try and do that, but
come on, we're almost at level 5. Hey, someone.
no, don't. We don't talk about it. Listen, my highest hype train I think was like
400 and something %.
yeah. You don't need to push it further than that.
Well, I'm just saying let's complete the current level. Come on.
You don't have to complete the current level. Can I not bop you down any further? I can. So it doesn't like look like he has like weird pointy eyes.
It's very even finishing upstream.
Huh?
I mean, to be fair, also there's a cooldown for hype train smiths, so you're gonna have to.
There is a cooldown, yes. I mean, I could put it on the shortest cooldown, but then that feels like it would encourage you all to try again, and I shouldn't do that.
Why not again?
Listen, we shouldn't be encouraging that.
Why?
Because I said so. You know what? I think I like just that one there. It kind of makes it look like it has the rim of it. Well, apparently I got one too. Let's see. What is that? I think it was a dolphin.
It looks like it.
It looks like a dolphin.
What is it called? Hype cool. It's a dolphin with fucking sunglasses. Sure.
Maybe.
Why not?
Okay, so here's the new boy. If it will decide to like focus, maybe. There we go. I have to have it be the only thing that takes part on the screen. I should probably maneuver these a little bit around. Well, now looking at the other ones, it's just like, oh, well, things have upgraded, but also they look a little sad. I actually should fix this before it gets too chunky. I have some other colors I haven't yet used. Well, mostly one other color, and it's just blue, and I wanted to do the snow for it. And I planned on having black, but it turned into just like a deep brown. And I don't know how many fine details I'd be able to get on it anyway. And I think this is all the white that I want, so maybe I can turn this into red.
I mean, that's our way of guaranteeing the break a Calvi, to be fair. Getting buried a raid.
No. Don't. It's okay.
I mean, it is true. It does guarantee you to get broken.
Listen, it's just the fact that like anyone would want to like throw that kind of raid at me is just like, I'm Baby Streamer. Hello. Welcome to Baby Stream, where I don't know where I'm doing anymore, apparently.
I mean, I assume you know what you're doing.
Listen, I have a comic for it, which is just kind of like, oh, look at that amazing artist. Like, they're so great. I wish I could be like them. And I don't know what I'm doing. And then the artist being like, hey, kid, come here. And the kid come here, and he's just like, I have no idea what I'm fucking doing either. And that is the mood. This is way more pink than I want it to be, so... I don't know how well you all can see that, but... hopefully good enough. You know what? I told myself I was gonna do this yellow. Whoops. Well, I guess we get red instead. Because I'm a dingus. If I didn't say yellow out loud, I internally thought yellow because I have stars that I was gonna do, like, yellow. But that's fine. I guess they're just all gonna be pink stars. Let's see.
Oh, I should actually keep an eye on... okay, no, I have enough cards left in my deck.
What are you trying to keep an eye out for?
How many cards are left in my deck? Because I'm running a little thin.
Gotcha. I was also trying to figure out the best way to be able to kind of like set this up in general. Which I came to the conclusion that just like shuffling the table closest to my desk and just having everything like connected still was the best way apparently to do this.
Yeah. T-minus 90 minutes. Okay, I'm holding you to account, Biffs. It is 9:18 p.m.
What are you? No. Don't make bets. Don't do it.
I'm not making a bet.
That sounds like a bet.
I'm just holding Biffs to account. There's a difference. A bet implies that money is being transacted, which is clearly not.
Listen, not all bets are, not all bets are monetary value. Okay. I don't know if that's actually gonna happen, but okay. Don't.
I'm allowed to laugh.
You are allowed to laugh, but your laughing scares me right now. That's okay. Not as smooth as I would want it to be, but that is fine. I also normally would have the place like super decorated, or at least like some sort of like mini tree or something like that, and with the mouse that is still here, it's not going to be possible. And also, like, we don't really have a full heck of a lot of room here anyway, so I don't know what we would, how we would kind of maneuver it to where it would be safe. What?
I was like, oh, that's a hell of a pink.
I know, I could add more red to it.
Yeah, I know.
I just figured that, like, I goofed and didn't make it yellow like I told myself I was going to. So, now I just live with the consequences. Hey, Hero. It is. Some of them are looking a little questionable, but some of them are looking pretty okay. Nope, that is not the color I wanted. I originally was gonna have like some white for this, but
Are you actually picking out sprinkles?
yes, I am. Thank you very much. I'm picking out some specific colors and I'm adding some detail. Do I need to be? No. Do I want to? Yeah. But apparently the blue has been sitting long enough to where it is wanting to set super fast.
Wait. This might be a problem. Damn it. No, I still win. Never mind.
Huh?
I was like, do I win this match? And it's like, oh yes, I do. I have the one card I need in order to still win. Just my opponents with a one-hit KO my ace. So
No, that's fair. It made me real happy though when I put the cookies in the oven and got to smell them cooking. This is like, ah, yes, it's that Christmas smell. It has finally come. Even though, like, Christmas is almost upon us. And my mom asked if I did any decorating for Christmas, and it's just like, no, not really.
I mean, the Super did.
The Super did, which makes me very happy. He decorated the downstairs area with a Christmas tree, a little Santa, there's a tapestry that had Merry Christmas, and then above the, like, fake fireplace, he put a
Menorah.
menorah, right? And
I was going to stop you before you said something wrong.
no, that's fine. I was just gonna say that, like, I can't remember the proper name of it. And for that, he put a sign behind him, was like, Happy Hanukkah. So that was neat. Okay, this is very questionable. Very questionable cookie. But there's a cookie. There's a snowflake of sorts. Unfortunately, I think what it is that, like, this has got a little bit more dried out.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, you have lids that you can use to cover.
Not for that one.
How many? Oh, I have a fuck ton of copies. I should see if I can get rid of some of those copies.
There we go. That's a little bit better. Just had to add a little bit more liquid. And the liquid I was using, he grabbed pasteurized egg whites, and I also put a little bit of lemon juice in. There we go. I know I don't need to be going to this level. I just want to see how much I remember in terms of icing a cookie. And seeing what I could do to make it look nice. a little. I figure with doing this today and the fact that we're going to be gone for a few days, that I'll be back Christmas Eve.
Yes.
And part of me honestly debates if I should also stream Christmas Day, because it's not like we're going to be doing anything. And I don't know.
I mean, I could just stream Christmas Day.
You could. I just don't know how many people are gonna kind of want company on Christmas.
The answer is more than you suspect.
Maybe. I don't like to assume. So. Let's start.
Okay, hold on.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Thank you for the follow. We normally play video games, but today is just more specialty, I guess. I wanted to at least be able to do like one holiday thing. And normally, baking is like a specialty of making it look nice and whatnot. I'm better with food, but being able to do cookies is nice. What are you doing? No, stop.
I mean, that's all up to you.
I mean, I can't stop you, but also, you don't need to do that.
Uh-huh.
Cease. Fairly many folks around, maybe not through the whole day, but throughout things. That is fair.
Yeah, I mean, Barry usually does a Christmas stream, doesn't he?
But he doesn't really celebrate Christmas. He
No,
still hangs
because
around with family, though.
Yeah, I mean, because he's Jewish.
I know.
Like, hey, that's the thing. Like, everyone has.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Myth.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It's
What have you done?
about
What has
as
he said?
It's about as English as I can tell. So I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean?
What does that mean? What does that even mean? We're just decorating cookies. Look. Look what? Beth, I'm just a goober from the internet. You don't need to do that.
Aww.
What did you tell them? What did you tell them? I don't want anyone to feel pressured to being able to rate someone. So this also means that, like, I feel like I need to, like, pick up the pace, because otherwise...
I mean, you have cookies. You have 7 cookies done.
I have... Yes, 7 cookies done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more cookies still.
Okay, so you're a third of the way through. And even, this is supposed to be a nice chill stream.
No, you don't have to ask Viz. Viz is able to pilot whoever they want to raid of their own accord.
It's funny you say that because I just got a notification Vid's going live. Like, no, Vid's live. What the fuck are you talking about, Twitch?
I think
it's the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, it's probably the 4-hour mark, or like,
Viz had to quickly do a restart.
maybe.
Whatever the case might be.
Whatever the case.
You know how so many streamers have like some form of like pet the blank? Do we just need to break the Calvi emote?
No. I don't even know what I would do with
Or
that kind of thing.
since
think
you have
this is so
since you have Calvi B anyway, you can just do Calvi break.
God damn it.
Am I just giving you ideas for emotes?
Sorry, I'm kind of brushing up against the mic with this, but ta-da! I don't even understand why you're doing this, Mel. I shouldn't even be going super late anyway.
You don't have to go super late. I mean, we just have to get up around 10 o'clock, and the only thing you really have to do is pack away your machine and get dressed.
I mean, as it currently stands, I still have not found the dress that I wanted to take.
I mean, I could spend time with the laundry bag and try to find it.
It's just because I figures it's not going to be hopefully too hot in there, but if it is too hot, then I can just like have that as like the in-between, I guess. Why are you giggling?
I know, I'm looking at Twitter.
That's fair, but it's
The Onion.
what they do.
Oh, lawyer explains just because you accidentally killed Santa doesn't mean you're legally obligated to take his place. See, it's funnier because I don't think it picked up on the mic, but there was a very quick police a blare in outside the apartment.
What?
I'm not sure if you heard there was a you like the start of the police siren.
I
Right
didn't-
as I said that.
I didn't hear that at all.
Well, that's because those are good headphones.
I know, and I'm also
This-
playing music.
This,
so.
yeah, this is not an ad, but V-Motos are good. Though I would not personally recommend their Bluetooth models, but their wired models are excellent. A little expensive, between $100 and $150, but they will do everything you want in terms of sound, like, they, they're military grade, so.
It's fair. I'm also trying to mentally calculate if I have already told this video to just play on a loop. What?
No, I'm just randomly thinking of stories now.
Well, I mean, you did have a story you wanted to be able to share.
What was the context of that again? Oh, right. How I okay, so even it's somewhat Christmas related because we took this vacation was taken during around the holidays of 2015. So but so one of the things sorry, I heard the police siren again. So one like it's become, I wouldn't say tradition, but it's either been I travel for the holidays, and by travel I mean usually abroad, or I will go gambling. This year is just gambling. Sometimes it's both, technically.
Just gambling.
Yeah, I only took out $1,000 for it. Nothing big.
Only $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, my father's like, yeah, I took out about $1,000 too. That should have lasted 2 days.
Just $1,000. Just, you know.
Well, look, you don't put it all on one table, and you look. One of the things that you're going to find, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but one of the worst things I see at casinos is like someone goes to like a table, and they will go and throw down like $200, as to get $200 of chips, and then they'll just go and throw those $200 of chips into one hand. And it's like
those are the people I feel like that have possibly a problem.
Yeah, no, they definitely have a problem. It's like the minimum stakes here are $10, sir. Like, I'm not saying like it's their money; they can technically do what they would like, but also it's like, why would you if you're at a casino, it should in theory, it's basically a day trip, no matter what. Like, unless you live so close to the casino that you it's easy access. But even then, when there was a casino, there was a Resorts World built up by my parents' place. It's still a 15-minute drive, and it's I wouldn't want to go in, throw however much money down, and immediately lose it, and then go home. That seems like a waste of time. But this is not about that. This is...
No, that's fair, Beth. I'm pretty sure Viz also likes to be able to just kind of determine themselves who they would like to raid at any given moment, so...
Yeah. So this was in 2015. And me and my father, because we didn't get to do it for my 21st birthday, we went to Vegas.
I've never been. Also, I don't know if that picks up on mic.
Sprinkle ASMR?
Sprinkle ASMR.
I mean, it seems like it's picking up on the mic. So the thing is that actually,
I just like the sound of it, so hopefully I haven't bothered anybody with the sound of it.
Here's the thing. So we were going across all sorts of casinos for the duration of the trip, because we were just exploring the trip. It was mostly a gambling trip because my father, his only vice is literally just gambling. He's a Boy Scout otherwise, not literally, but figuratively. He hasn't had a drip of alcohol ever.
I guess I did not tell it to do it, so. Listen, I'm just gonna play this until somebody gets upset with me, I guess.
Fair enough. So one of the casinos that we decided to hit up was Treasure Island, it's kind of arguably Treasure Island is kind of an anomaly on this trip, because I don't even know if it belongs to any of the major corps like the MGM Grand or whatnot. It's just it kind of is just there. But it's a nice, it's the closest thing to a small town casino you'll get at Las Vegas, in my opinion, without feeling sketchy, if you go to Old Vegas.
What's wrong with Old Vegas?
It just feels it's definitely people say Vegas is a tourist trap, and it is, but also Old Vegas kind of it's definitely a place that only exists for the nostalgia. because like it's literally just like where Vegas got its roots, with the Binions and the old casinos. And there's nothing like inherently wrong. It just doesn't feel lively, if that makes sense.
It does. I'm kind of hecking this up, so.
Girl, you just need to add another sprinkle.
Adding the sprinkle is what, like, doomed it to begin with.
So what we decided to do was we went to go to a poker tournament at the morning poker tournament at Treasure Island. And the thing is that like their poker room is very small at Treasure Island, at least when I went. It was like 6 tables, which is extremely small because that means you can have a maximum of 60 people.
Okay.
And it reflected in the tournament because basically it was just like a 1-table tournament, which is fine. So I get seated down there. My father also gets seated down there. Like this slightly elderly couple, like who are in the 50s, they both buy into the tournament. It's almost like, even though it's technically a tournament hosted by the casino, like it kind of started to have that home game feel, which is like, I haven't done a home game in a hot minute, but like home games generally feel nice because it's like you don't have to play super serious. Like, yes, you want to win, and yes, these are strangers and whatnot, but like there's nothing personal.
Right. And thank you, Juice. I'm glad they are looking nice.
So what? But that only lasted for so long. Now, most tournaments do allow what's referred to as a late entry, and I say most because some tournaments don't actually. For example, if I'm correct, like the World Series of Poker main event doesn't allow late entries. They actually usually have a wait list because they usually have a cap on how many entries they can actually facilitate.
Gotcha.
But this tournament had a late entry, and there was a guy who probably older 20s to mid 30s, and he came in, and he was blasted off his ass. It was 11 a.m.
Is this the story I think it is?
I don't know, but I don't think I've shared this story with the larger crowd, so I am.
No, that's fine. That's why I phrase it that way, so that way you can still tell your story.
Yes. So the thing is that like, it's definitely like this guy completely just kills the mood, and everyone is just like, everyone's eyeing him in hopes that he gets eliminated from the tournament. And after about an hour or so, my father gets eliminated, but instead of, he goes to the cash table. That's, because one of the tables was reserved for cash, and one of them had, the tournament. So it's like, okay. So he's on the opposite side of the poker room. And when I say poker room, it's like the room is not too much larger than like our apartment. And like, actually, I think it's like only a smidge larger than even like our living room and foyer combined. It's not a large room.
Yeah.
But this guy, he decides that because I'm young, like I was 24 at the time, that he can go try to bully me in poker. Little did he know that I had 14 years of experience under my belt, because I learned how to play poker at a very young age. And unfortunately, the alcohol was not helping him at all. Like,
alcohol very rarely helps in those situations.
I mean, I admit sometimes I have done a drink before to like calm the nerves just a
There
slight
you go.
bit. Like you basically use alcohol as a depressant,
Yeah.
but like
Hi, Cam. Hand reveal.
yeah, I can. But ultimately, it's one of those things where it's like you don't like. He was well beyond that. He came in drunk at 11 a.m. and he asked. One of the first things he did was ask for a drink from the waitress.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So it's like okay, and he eventually he's trying to instigate some. He tries to start instigating stuff with me, and he tries to go and try to bully me out of pots. And eventually, because he tries at the wrong moment, he gets his ass. He loses his ass because I basically just
He
I
loses his ass.
I hand him the rope and let him hang himself.
Metaphorically.
Yes. But unfortunately, they also, in addition to late entries, they allow rebuys. And he decides that he's going to throw down even more cash to get back in the tournament. And he decides to do that, and he decided that one bite of one bite of the poison apple was not enough. So he tries to go again after me. I don't know why he was targeting me.
Probably because you were the youngest, and he felt like
I would be
you
immature.
would be an easy target. And then when he lost, it's just like, well, I could probably beat this kid. Like, I just need another go at it.
Yeah, basically. And naturally, as you can suspect, he loses again. And not to me, actually. He loses to someone else. He was trying to go after me, but I went and no, I don't like this hand. And someone else clobbered his ass. And then after he got up, and instead of heading towards the door, he goes over, and I'm sitting, so, I'm not sure if you've seen a poker table, but they're usually very,
They're kind of like,
they're like a pill shaped.
yeah.
So on one side of the flat, the dealer usually says, I was sitting to the right, which is usually seat number 9 or seat number 10, depending on how many seats.
Yeah.
Also,
I talk with my hands a lot, so if you see me,
yeah,
like,
she's not even
doing-
Italian. No.
if you see me doing a lot of hand gestures, it's just because I'm used to just talking with my hands.
Yeah. So he goes, and then I'm preparing for the next hand, and I suddenly just feel a hand on my shoulder. And the guy is there, it's like, and I don't remember what he said, and I'm like, please get your hand off me. And his response was, what are you going to do about it? Which, again, he's drunk, and he's only drinking more alcohol. He's lost his ass twice. And I'm still supposed to be in this tournament.
Who?
I have no idea who that's.
Wait, is that the JoJo villain? Is that who it is? Because that might be who it is.
So.
Okay, then I know exactly who you're talking about. Hopefully not.
I know basically nothing about JoJo, so.
No, I've seen part 4. It's just been so long. It's been so long since I've seen part 4.
Yeah.
I recently watched part 6 off of Netflix, and I just...
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Mary! Hi, crew!
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone! We're doing a very
Well,
special
they chose me.
Christmas
The odds are
stream of
full of all kinds of math.
just
Stories and cookies.
stories and cookies. Yeah, I think this is the best
Wow,
one
they
so
chose
far.
me.
And also
The
there's
odds are
there's also
full
Nessie
of all
because
kinds of math.
Yeah, Nessie's here. Here's the best one. I feel like has turned out so far. Also,
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Miss, what did you do?
currently a Miss just Brian's berry, right?
Plenty of cookies for everybody.
Look, Cave, just make sure to have your insulin on hand. To be fair, I'm not the biggest fan of sugar cookies, so you can feel free to have my share, Cave.
No, that's fair. How did this happen? I know how it happened. I just don't understand the full context of it.
Funny part is, I just started seeing this, and I didn't actually see the raid message because for some reason it didn't pop up on my chat for a hot
Oh,
second.
that's fair. Thank you, Commander Squeaks, Penyap, and Miyosti Man for the follow. I'm sorry if I goofed up anybody's name.
I mean,
That is fair.
Cave, a Calvi is allergic to wheat, and yet we still have wheat
Listen-
products all the time.
It's not all the time.
Like, we have it at least, like we have...
We have it sometimes because it's cheaper. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and
Whoopsie.
also it's good.
It's good.
Garlic bread is good.
I think I ruined that sprinkle.
But anyway, I was in the middle of...
I have lost my train of thought completely.
I was
I-
just telling a story.
No, you were, and I was gonna make a comment on something, and I forgot. Also, hello. Normally we play video games,
Well,
but today
well-
we're doing Christmas cookies because Christmas time. Thank you,
Yeah.
Barry, for the read. That was super sweet of you, and you didn't have to. I don't know what myth bribed you with, but thank you. I can send you cookie as compensation for payment. I don't know. I'm bad at this.
So where we're at is that I was talking about a prior holiday because we're going to be going to the Borgata in Atlantic City, which is a casino and resort.
Yes.
And I was talking about my trip to Vegas in 2015, where I went to...
There's no part for support.
Aw. I went to Treasure Island. We went to Treasure Island, bought into a poker tournament. Drunkard comes in, tries to think he can bully me around. And we just got to the point where I said, after he got eliminated for the second time from the same tournament,
That's not the right color.
he got eliminated for the second time from the same from the tournament. He decided to go put his hand on my shoulder, and after I told him I would don't do that, he said, he basically said, what are you going to do about it?
Sorry, I keep brushing against the mic when I don't need to be, or mean to be. Is that gonna focus? No? No?
Wait, hold on. The secret of getting it to re-autofocus is completely covered with camera.
And
then-
do it. Kinda.
I mean, it gets it to refocus. It doesn't mean it fixes it,
It doesn't mean it fixes it.
but at least it did refocus to a certain degree.
It did a little bit.
You miss a raid, Stabby. That's it.
It's savvy.
So this, and of course, as a 24-year-old, I was much more fiery in terms of wanting
You were more fiery than you are today.
yes, in terms of willing to start a fight. I mean,
Hey guys, want to start a fight?
I mean, when I was in school, I got into a fuck ton of fights. Hey, because
I know.
because people thought they can bully around the nerd, and then they would quickly learn that no, they couldn't bully around the nerd. And the guy went to actually shove me, and the reason why he didn't go and catch a fist to the face is because A, the floor manager for the poker room went and got between me and him. But probably more importantly for him, my father had made his way all the way from the cash game and got between us. Uh, and and to be fair, he was immediately arrested and escorted off the grounds for trespassing as a result. So, you know.
And yes, that is exactly the story that I thought it was. So
Yes. Amazing things have happened to me on holidays. I mean, I have the picture of what happened to me the July 4th holiday.
I know.
Hey kids, you want to quickly feel like you're about to die?
No.
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 Go to an underground poker game. It doesn't really matter where.
No. No.
And somehow flop a royal flush.
No.
Um,
No. Don't endorse anything.
I'm not endorsing.
illegal.
I'm not endorsing it. I'm just sharing stories. At this...
Like, no, Stephanie, no. No, I'll give Cookie. Cookies are revives in some game. I'm spacing on the name, but like, you know, it's a game somewhere. I
I'm
swear.
sure. But I don't think I don't know if I've shared this story on stream.
I don't remember.
So, it was 2016, and the reason it was kind of a bad year for all sorts of reasons. Yeah, who wants to remember 2016 right about now?
No.
But it was actually really bad for me because I was at another job I really hated. But the reason why I couldn't leave that job wasn't because like I couldn't get offers or anything. I hadn't really started looking too hard. But my father, he had been unemployed for the first half of the year because he was laid off right before, I think, either Thanksgiving of the prior year, 2015. Well, because of the fact that he was laid off, we hadn't gone to the casino in a while and whatnot.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I had the bright idea of doing was go to, decide, well, I really want to play poker. And I was seeing some poker meetups in New York City on the Meetup app. And I was just feeling like, okay, well, let's see what it takes to get into a poker game. And so I decided to do that. First of all, they're hosting in New York City. It's not illegal to host a poker game. It's not illegal to play in a poker game. What it is illegal is if you take a rake out of a poker game. Now, for those who are not gambling and enthusiasts, you might be going, what is a rake? Rake. Well, first of all, it's a thing you take two leaves to get them all together.
But that's not the one you mean.
Of course, I had to do the joke, okay?
Did you?
Yes.
Did you really?
But in gambling terms, a rake is basically a fee that's taken directly from a pot, the pot when it comes to poker. So, for example, most casinos will have what's a 10% rake up to a certain amount. For example, like a $1, $2 no limit,
Be a little finicky,
no limit poker table. They will usually have, from what my experience is that they'll have a 10% rake, round down to the nearest dollar, up to $5 rake. So if the pot becomes $50, the dealer will go and take out up to $5 for covering operation costs. And that seems like a lot, and sometimes it can be, but honestly, it's not really that much because poker rooms are actually not usually overly profitable at most casinos. because how it's it's very hard. The
Wow,
reason why
they chose
most
me.
casinos can
The odds
justify
are
having a poker room
full
is
of all kinds of
basically
math.
okay. They have the old grannies who go play the one-armed bandits, and then they get the guys to go and play poker or blackjack or something like that. Basically, it's how you get the couples to make get more couples to come. I know I'm not being facetious. That's literally the actual
No,
statement
no,
logic.
no, I believe you. Also,
Um,
thank you for the follow. That was sweet of you.
it hasn't updated on my
I know.
but yeah, so anyway, but you're not allowed to host a game with a rake in New York City. Of course, most people don't. Most people who have the ability to host a poker game in New York City don't. Oh, oh, that was my friend.
Oh, gotcha.
The role playing one. Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Again, I had. Oh yeah. Hold on one second. Anyway.
Juice, I have cookies like right here. So,
yeah,
we still have a long way to go.
And also, there's more cookies over here.
There's 5 more cookies over there. We're still good on cookies.
Yeah.
We're still good on cookies.
I don't know if you want to offer like 1 or 2 as tribute to my father here tomorrow. I don't know how much he likes sugar cookies.
He's
I know
he's more than welcome to have some if he would like some.
I could always like send him a picture or whatnot. But anyway, back
there are still so many cookies, and I would like to attempt to be a little bit more decorative with like the Santa ones. So
yeah.
we're still gonna be here for a little bit.
Yes. So back to so this. First of all, I contact this place. I basically send them a message saying, "Hey, I would like to join," and they require a phone number. It's like, what? Fine, and sure, I'll give them a phone number, and they give me a call, and it basically was the "Are you a cop?" call.
Oh, that's what you mean, Juice. I still got some more dough in the fridge, and
yeah.
It would have to wait about 3 to 5 business days, but I can make more cookies. Sorry, I felt like that joke was funny.
Yeah. So they basically asked me, "Are you a cop?" And it's like, no, I'm not a cop. I just want to play some poker. And even if I was a cop, I still would just want to play some poker. There. And the reason why they were asking this is, of course, they go and they are running a game with a rake, which is illegal. It's not illegal for me to play in it. It's illegal for them to host it.
They were doing a sketchy thing.
Yeah, but that's fine. Whatever. So I get there. I think it was July 2nd, and it was.
I'm finding it funny that this is illegal and no one should know about it, but also I'm just gonna tell it to.
I mean, I think I'm pretty. I think the operation was actually shut down because they used to actually send me texts like weekly saying, "Hey, here's the big game of the week," and then that suddenly stopped.
Gotcha.
So I'm pretty sure they were shut down by the NYPD. Not that I'm advocating for the NYPD, but also it's like, oh well.
I getcha.
Like, they sent it for 2 years, so it's not like they were just suddenly going to go radio silent.
Yeah.
I literally went to exactly 2 games, and I'll get to the second game. But so I get to this game with $300 in pocket, and they basically, the one rule, like there was a little incentive bonus, like hey, if you buy in, you'll get 10% additional, 10% additional in dollars, which is not too much because the between rakes and tips, like it was going to pay for itself.
Yeah.
But the one rule they had, and they also were selling like sodas and whatnot. Another thing they were doing, so technically they're doing illegal vending also, because they're not, like they're not a bodega. They're not they're not authorized to actually sell products and services.
Can be exchanged for goods and services.
Yeah. So
Sorry, that's just where my brain.
I know. That's kind of where my brain went to also. But so I get there, and there's definitely the people who have a little too much money and not enough brains. Like there's a couple of rounders there, but mostly it's just like your doctors, your businessmen, that type of crowd at the poker game. So I'm sitting at the table, and it's pretty quiet for me because it's just like I played a kind of conservative game back then. I didn't like, and eventually, it was about 90 minutes. Oh, the one rule is that you also had to stay for 3 hours, even if you want to. If you want to cash out, you have to stay for at least 3 hours. And the reason why they did that is not because they actually it's mostly to prevent what's referred to as hit and run poker. The idea that you win one big hand and then you cash out to cash your winnings.
Okay.
Basically, it's the idea that if you make it so that you're forced to defend for some time before you're allowed to cash out.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's still pretty easy. You could just pull basically every hand, but you still leave yourself vulnerable because you're at the table.
Yeah. Try this, I guess.
Yeah. So what happens is that about 90 minutes in, so I get there at about 4 o'clock. I think the first cards were dealt at like 4:30. I get there. It's about I think it's a little after. It was like 5:45. I'm sitting there on Ace King suited, Ace King of Spades specifically. It's like, okay, this is a pretty good starting hand. Like it's not pocket pair of aces, but pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's a 1-3 no limit game. So and someone decides to bump it up to $25 before the flop. So I call, a couple people call. It's like, there's already $100 in the pot. Pretty good size, I would say. And then the dealer goes and burns the top card, burning it and like discarding it to the side, so it's basically an anti-cheating measure. And then deals out, counts out 3 cards, and then flips the pile that they just counted out.
Yeah.
The top card was the Queen of Spades. And then they started fanning out the cards, and then it was the Jack of Spades as the bottom card, and then they finished fanning out, and it was the 10 of Spades as the third card. And I had to go and proceed to go, wait a second, I have the Ace King of Spades. Oh fuck, I just flopped a royal flush. And I'm trying to figure out how to play this, because, like, I know I have the absolute best hand possible, but I need to still get action. Like, I can't force people to bet. How do I make this profitable? Well, good thing I didn't. All I had to do was just let 2 other people go at it, because they were just betting back and forth at each other. And it's like, oh gods. And eventually one said all in, the other one pushed all in, and I said, call, I have the royal flush. And I flip it over, and the room goes silent. Because the odds of that happening, and where the first 5 cards you see are the royal flush, is a 1 in 650,000 chance about. And the room going silent, and I'm like, oh, okay. I got a good life. um so the pot was over $1,000. And I took a quick picture of it. I still have the picture. But eventually, like, I'm just like, oh wait, I can't actually cash this out until 7:30.
Yeah.
And I could see everyone trying to go after me a little harder after that.
I get you.
Because, I had a big stack at the table.
To keep it within, like, range of being able to, like, see it.
Yeah. But it was very like I definitely, what I decided to do was like under the table I told my sister to send me a rescue call at 4:30, so I have an excuse to leave and not just seem like I'm trying to cash out.
Yeah.
And so at like 7:30 she gives me a call and we play out this conversation. It's like, oh, you need me? Oh, you're at the hospital? Shit, and it's like, hey guys, I need to cash out.
Got an emergency.
Yeah. Well, this is still after, like, I think I technically waited until like 7:45 to make it not seem like I was cashing out at 7:30 on the dot.
No, this is not white, but
It's young Santa. And they decided to cash me out, except they gave me all $20 bills for $1,000. And the thing is, my wallet did not like that.
I can imagine that.
And it's like, okay, where's the nearest bank so I can deposit this money? And so the story should end there, but about 3 months later, sorry, about 2 months later, I decide, like, okay, hey,
Santa has a rainbow beard now. Listen, it's fine. Don't worry about it. He's just being very colorful and supportive. It's like over 5.
Yeah, I mean, trying to hold $20 bills in your wallet, it's not what most wallets are designed for. So I decided to go back about 2 months later. It's like, I think it's like the Labor Day weekend, and I'm just like, oh, and I go bring my $300 again, and after, like, when I sit down, I'm just kind of like relaxing, preparing to play. And one of the guys is like, oh, you're that kid who fought the Royal Flush a couple months ago. It's like, nope, I can't come back here anymore. So I played out that session for 3 hours, cashed out about even, and never returned.
I can't come back here anymore.
I'm sorry. If someone remembered you over one hand and like that, one that would be suspect under normal conditions, like obviously no one was cheating, but also flopping a Royal Flush is not something that happens every day.
Yeah.
People get, it's like, oh guys, you guys are really fucking suspect of me. So yeah, I never went back. But fortunately, my father found a new job and whatnot, so he was able to just go and, we were able to go back to casinos again.
Oh, he's a little closer.
I mean, yes, it was a very good hand, but also it was suspect. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, there's nothing in the poker books that tell you really, like, most poker books don't really teach you how to play those kind of hands. And it's just like, okay, like, there's no way you can lose no matter what comes up.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do is the only thing you have to do is figure out how do you extract maximum value out of that hand. Unfortunately, extracting maximum value was as simple as letting the idiots bet against each other.
No, I get you. These are our cookies so far.
Might want to.
It's slowly getting them.
Yeah.
And scoot that over there.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing, Mips. Like, and the thing is that it wasn't like it took the whole entire 7 cards to get it. I got it after the first 5 cards, which even makes it even more suspect. Because getting it after 7 cards is better odds, not great, but better. But getting it right off the flop, especially since I wasn't the pre-flop aggressor, I wasn't the one who was raising the bet. I was just calling. Seems suspect as hell to most people. Also, apparently my iPad deciding it's dying. That's good. I might as well plug that in.
No, that is fair. As a side note, I hope everyone's having a good night so far. And enjoying being able to see these derpy cookies come to life? Question mark.
I mean, they're cookies.
They are cookies.
You're not on a baking show.
I mean, no, but
yeah, that's the thing, Savvy. Like, it's just one of the things where it's just like and again, the fact that the room went dead silent after I reviewed the hand, it's like, well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's just one of those things, and the fact that they remembered that hand from 2 months prior, and called out immediately as I got there. It's like, nope, I am absolute, I can't come back here, because that, how do you
come back from that?
How do you remember one hand 2 months ago from a person that had only been there that one time?
I mean, I feel like you would.
I mean, I remember it, but that's because I was there the one time. We're talking about people who regularly play there. They literally probably played upwards of, dozens of sessions more. Since between the time that I was last there,
I realize I'm doing this harder than it needs to be. I don't really have a thin tip for another bag, so I'm just kind of doing this.
You also have to chopstick.
That's why I'm doing this, so that way I can plop on some icing and then do the chopstick.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's this is why I definitely appreciate casinos. Yes, casinos are meant to generate, it's oh, we're gonna go and make you play games and hopefully get value out of you. But also it's I'm very much of the mindset of I'm if I'm going to gamble, I want it in a safe environment. And a casino is usually a relatively safe environment.
Relatively.
Yeah, again, the one incident where I almost got into a fist fight with someone, that is definitely the abnormal. Oh, that was someone getting pissy at me, because they got their ass handed to them twice. And even then, the floor manager was on it, and they were immediately arrested the dude for trying to start that fight, and he was probably banned from the casino afterwards. So it's I mean, yeah, he was drunk off his ass. Like, it was 11 o'clock tournament, and he was coming in plastered. So, the fact that he bought into the tournament, lost his stack, and then rebought into the tournament and lost his stack again, and then tried to start a fight with me. Yeah, he he was not having a good day. I've drank at 11 o'clock in the morning before. I don't think I've ever been as that buzzed before as he was.
I'm gonna do this easier.
But yeah.
Put it so that way everything goes back into the container. I just like the idea of
Yes, 11 a.m. and the guy came in drunk. Late start. Stabby. But yeah, like I said, the reason why I just started telling the story about from Treasure Island in Vegas is because, you know, I was just thinking about the fact that, you know, my habit has been traditionally either go gambling or go to traveling.
Well, this is looking a lot cuter.
Well, go traveling or gambling for the holidays. And this year is more so gambling than traveling because, like, Atlantic City is not that much of a trip. Like, it's literally like a 2.5 hour drive. Like, I'm more worried about getting the traffic getting out of New York City than the actual drive to Atlantic City. Because Calvi has seen how bad traffic can get getting out of New York City. Especially as a passenger.
Listen, I have driven in that traffic before. I'm fine. Most
You don't trust me as a driver. Let's be honest.
Not fully, no. To be fair, I have only driven with you technically the one time because I feel like it's fair to qualify all of those as one time because it was a round trip.
Yeah.
You also haven't witnessed my driving, so for all I know,
I might get panicky at yours.
Yes.
And that's very fair. Don't worry, my father drives like an old man. Because he is an old man.
Doesn't mean I'm still not gonna panic because I'm not the one driving the vehicle.
Fair enough. But, you know, my father is going on 68 years old. Next February, and yeah, like he does not speed at all. He definitely just sits in the right lane until he's trying to, unless he needs to pass someone. Like like I said, he's a Boy Scout.
I get you.
When his comments when he drove when I started driving is that it was clear to him that he was not the one who taught me how to drive. Which it was true. He did not teach me how to drive. My sister taught me how to drive because I was in Kansas at the time. And Kansas drivers are just bad. Like, there's not, like... I imagine most drivers are bad, to be fair. But, like, there's no, like, stop-and-go traffic or whatnot. There's nothing to indicate why Kansas drivers are bad besides the fact that they're just bad. If that makes sense.
No, it does.
I don't know. I would like to think I'm a good driver hero. As Callie gives me a death glare.
I would like to think that I am a good driver, but...
I mean, to be fair, most people all people are various degrees of bad.
Listen, I at least respect the speed limit.
What? You're saying doing 95 in the 65 isn't respecting the speed limit?
Absolutely not. And you know it.
Look,
No, the
it was
sign's there for a reason. Speeding tickets are there for a reason.
yeah the fund the municipalities of the police because fuck the police. To be fair, there's a reason why there's a term called speed trap. It's literally just cops setting up arbitrary speed limits to fund the township off fucking speeding tickets.
Aren't effective enough to detect or not their high speed.
You know, that is very fair here.
That is also very fair. Like, oh god, see
No.
what you've started.
What? I started us going ACAB?
Yes, we're here to have nice fluffy cookie time, and
Look, I haven't gotten to calling Santa a cop, even if he maintains a naughty and nice list.
I'm gonna bop this to you.
Please don't, because you would have to clean it afterwards.
And wait those wrists.
Oh gods. Oh gods. It's just
I won't ask anyone to be a fan of that. I'm just saying, I just want to have good cookie time.
you're having good cookie time.
You know what that means.
Are you surprised that the chat has evolved into this after?
No, but
I'll do the Snapple fact.
and stop the bed.
Aw. Shucks. Honeybees navigate by using the sun as a compass.
What?
Honeybees can navigate by using the sun as a compass.
Interesting. Nord Tracker?
No, I was not.
I'm not familiar with it.
It was the idea of basically, like a tracking Santa thing.
Oh, my brother is super into that. This is just a part of his eye now. Can I rescue this out of the eyeball? Listen,
Clearly, Santa has been playing some Isaac.
listen, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Santa has a highlight now. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna also make it symmetrical as much as we can.
Okay, you want me to go and put dinner in the oven?
Will you stay out of trouble?
What do you mean stay up? What trouble can I get putting food into the oven?
I don't know, but now I feel like I need to.
Wow. I know you're older, but I'm not that much of a child.
Rude. Rude.
Look, I'm not gonna go pour milk into cereal and somehow ignite it on fire. I mean, to be fair, the only cereal that I think we have around is very, very stale Rice Krispies. So that could be set on fire.
The Rice Krispies were purchased before the Kellogg strike. So.
Well, and by I purchased before, we're talking about 6 months ago, and I just never finished them. Look, I'm actually a relatively decent cook. I'm not.
I know. I'm
Uh,
just teasing.
Yeah.
See, Santa's fine. Santa has highlights in his eyes.
Yeah.
He's fine. We're all good. Oh God, this is morphing into.
I mean, were you expecting anything else?
I mean, I was hoping that the pink cookies said it would be fine, but
I'm
no, that's fair, Miss.
Miss.
Also,
I'm probably gonna just throw hot pockets in the oven
no, that's fine.
because honestly, like, we were thinking about doing hot pot tonight, but A, we decided not to. B,
Mostly because I was doing this, honestly.
yes, and B, like, I don't feel like cooking. Like,
I'm just gonna put the Santa over here. Just gonna squish him in with the rest of the cookies.
so yeah.
Also, my kids never really did Santa growing up. Their logic, and this was their logic with it, is that they didn't want an unknown man getting credit for their gifts.
I mean, there is some good logic there,
There are some, yes.
but it really did just depends on like
It really just like
it
we were homeschooled anyway, so it's not like we really had a whole lot of kids to talk to and like compare to the whole
Christmas.
like Santa gave me this while Santa gave me something else. So
Yeah, and it just becomes a game. Like for my household, is like okay, someone marks Santa was basically a it was someone marking down Santa was like the equivalent of someone marking your special someone or anonymous. Like it was meant to be a mystery gift for a reason. Which and that also reminds me there's another there's a Christmas related story I do want to share that's not as happy, but
no.
what
I'm just scared now of which story it's gonna end up being.
It's the one where I made someone cry.
I don't think you've ever told me, and now I'm more scared.
It's not like I didn't do no harm was done, but
You got gifts from the reindeers. Nice.
I mean, getting gifts from the reindeers sounds sketch. That sounds like
No. No. You're cut off from this conversation now. I love you, but no. My brother does that too. He puts out some veggies for the reindeer, and there's cookies for Santa. My mom does the whole like flower like feet prints from the fireplace that they have, which is not really a fireplace, but like it does fire, so it does a thing, and they're the gifts that are from Santa, and they usually try to make it something that's like not. Oh, am I being difficult now? They try to make it something that is a reasonable price. Like they wouldn't ever do like the biggest gift that they have for him as like something for Santa. They would do like, hey, maybe I got like him this really cool t-shirt that has maybe Minecraft on it, and that would be from Santa kind of thing. Because I know there are some parents that have done the whole like big gift, like maybe like a console came from Santa, which then just makes other kids feel bad of just kind of like, well, Santa only got me this, so did I do something wrong for Santa to not want to get me a better gift kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Rudolph gave you a Hollow Charizard. Nice.
So my so traditionally the reason why I started traveling and doing anything besides being home for the holidays, specifically Christmas time, is because Christmas. Once I became an adult, Christmas became a very awkward time.
Is
For
this gonna be the sad story?
which sad
You
story?
said you made someone cry.
Yeah,
This is a sad story.
I mean I mean it's only sad, and I don't feel guilty for making them cry. That's the problem.
Oh.
So I forget what year this was, but I know I was in college, and like most time being home from the holidays, like I had my computer set up. I was probably playing World of Warcraft or League of Legends, one of the two games, and I was just sitting at my computer in the fireplace room, and I would. And they're like, "Oh, let's go open up gifts and whatnot." And the reason why we still had that tradition of opening up gifts is because my niece was like, she was only like 9 or 10 at the time, so like it was like still kind of kept up that spirit. And there was a gift from me, and it was clear, like I knew it was from my mother, and I opened it, and there was a hoodie in there, which was like a really tacky looking like poker related hoodie. And
I think I know which story this is now.
yes, and I went, okay, eh? And I just kind of, it's like I kind of nod my head. I go and I put it down, and I put it down in the living room because that's where we opened up the gifts. I didn't take it back with me. And I went back to my computer. Sometime later, my mother decides to come to the fireplace room, and it's like, "Oh, well, you saw what your gift was." I was like, "Yeah, I opened it up." It's like, "Do you not like it?" And it's like, I, and I was trying to figure out how to phrase it, and I forgot what she said, but I went from reluctant to deciding to just snap. Because one of the problems I had with my mother growing up was that she did not trust me to pack my own bags. She would always go, like when I went off to college, she would constantly try to sneak clothing into my bags, to the point where I had too much clothing, to the point where the dressers that the school provided in the dorm rooms could not actually fit all the clothing I was provided. And it became a problem because it's like, that means literally I would have to go when I got to my college dorm, literally go and actually go through my bags, because my father was the one who usually drove me up to the dorms. Quickly open them up, and figure out if anything, like figure out what was at it against my wishes, and send it back with him. And it got to a point where I would sleep with the bags that I had packed in whatever room I was sleeping in, because at that point she couldn't go and open up like at one point I would usually sleep in the living room, and the bags would be in the fireplace room, and I stopped doing that. I would bring the bags into the living room because she would go out and take the time at like 5 o'clock in the morning to sneak clothing into my bags, because she did not trust that I could live at college confidently, despite the fact that I had already done so for over a year. And I basically pointed out that the reason why she gave me those clothing as a Christmas gift was, I felt like my theory was that she gave it to me in hopes that I couldn't reject it, because she would normally just sneak that type of clothing into my bags anyway. And yeah, the tears did go flooding because my mother did not like that. Me calling her out like that. Yeah. Um. So that was so it became kind of awkward. Then I remember in 20 like in 2012. Yeah, so that was like 2011, 2012. No, sorry, 2012. No, 2010 is when that happened. 2012, 2011. My mother decided to actually give me my own Wii because I couldn't take the family's Wii to college. 2012, I wasn't home for the holidays. I was in Kansas. 2013 was kind of a bad year to the point where my father kindly asked me not to come home for the holidays, and then every year there on after was the tradition started where I just started traveling or gambling for Christmas. Yes, you have heard it Jen. And but that's because you've known me for a couple of years.
Not a bad thing.
I mean, you've heard pretty much all my stories, Jen, and that's not. And to be fair, your reaction to that is not. I'm pretty sure you said certain words I will not repeat on the mic.
Mostly, I'm sure because we can't.
I mean,
We could, but nah.
there might be a certain four-letter word.
No.
Exactly.
No. Not here.
Exactly. That's the reason why. Anyway, let me go get food in the oven because I just heard
Fine.
it pretty heat.
Bad puppy. You know what? I think I kind of like this one being here. So let me see if I can find. Is it bonk? I don't know what you mean, Stabby. You know what? For the sake of the conversation, it is bonk now. It's okay. We have a very slightly sleepy Santa. Or a happy Santa. Whichever one seems to fit better. Just has a little bit of the underline to his eyes. Because that's how the sprinkles fell. At least for one of the eyes. But that also means those are all the Santas. I don't think I'm going to be able to really make this blue last. Hey, Stitch! We're doing cookies. Well, I'm sure you've probably been here, but like, your cookies. Lots of cookies. I should probably not cover my phone like that. I'm sure there's enough cookies for everybody. I'll send them through the disk drive, and you all can just receive them that way. We'll do it the Dan Jones way. I know I said I was going to play a different song for this stream, and that has not shown up at all, because I just have absolute earworm for this song right now. That and the opening for JoJo Part 6. The song is Friday Night, but it's not actually Friday Night, which...
It's in the oven.
Just dip my hand straight in there.
Yeah, it's fine. It's only gonna be me and you and possibly my father.
Jen said bad puppy.
I think she's referring to herself.
No, I think if she's referring to the fact that you were reminding people of a poor letter word. I could be wrong.
Well, that she was saying. Hence why she's a...
You know what? I don't know. All I'm saying is that that's what I took it as, and I could be wrong.
No, she goes and refers to me as a kitty.
Gotcha. Thrown off.
Oh no, sorry. I'm laughing because I looked at Deer's announcement and Deer's stream title is Hectabot. I like my music. It's like, oh no, we don't get to see it. I mean, I don't usually watch VODs anyway, to be fair. I'm very bad at watching VODs.
I kind of am too.
I think the main reason why is just like the only reason why
You know what? This one's just gonna be.
the last time I watched a VOD, I think it was literally like like any VOD at length at least was that's not one of ours. To also add that clarification,
Yeah,
is
because I have gone through my VODs before
But
to be able to check for like audio and stuff. This is basically the same kind of pink that those like soft cookies from the grocery store sell. And I realized putting sprinkles on it, it only makes it more so like a cookie variant of the softer cookie. It's just this one's more of a firm cookie. So,
yeah.
you know, now you all have that knowledge as well. Of course, it's going to be. Ta-da!
Yeah.
I guess.
So,
No. I was
where was I at? I was trying to say something and I forgot where.
I mean, we were talking about like you and your role playing. Apparently.
Anyway.
Oh, now you're embarrassed. Now you don't want to talk. Really?
Trying to explain stuff is hard, okay?
Oh my goodness. Sorry, that was probably a little bit loud.
It might have been.
I'm just giving him sass. Not really upset.
Oh, no, we were talking about deer and just we're talking about VODs.
Those sprinkles. Okay, I will try my best to refrain from smacking the sprinkles.
Yeah, like the last time I actually watched a VOD was because Dan finished up Persona 4 Golden. And actually, have you played through Persona 4 Golden? Or Persona 4 in general?
I haven't played through it. I do know how it ends. If that's what you're looking for.
When you're talking about, when you say ends, you mean like the true ending?
Yes.
Okay, for those who don't want to listen, I will take Nessie off the screen, and that will, as long as Nessie's on...
Nessie, not Nessie!
Well, Nessie will just hide from the spoilers.
Fine. Fine, Nessie, I love you, please come back.
That Nessie's literally just right here.
But he's so far away from me. This is the furthest he's ever been away from me since we got him.
I mean, no, it was like, since, like, you mean, you don't take Nessie to bed with you.
I'm gonna start taking Nessie to bed with me.
Ah, dear gods. Anyway, so, for those who haven't played Persona 4, I don't know if this is how come, like, I haven't played many of the Persona games. Or actually, no, I haven't really played any of them. I don't know if there's usually, like, a true ending situation. I know that like I know there are various game overs you can get by not doing certain things.
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Right,
So,
but don't
no
say
one has to clarify that because I am gonna
But-
play.
Persona 5, I Royale specifically.
Yes.
So please, no spoiling that. But we
I
will
should probably just throw some more like red in there, make these stars more red and not like
pink.
paint.
You could do that. But with Persona 4 Golden, after you go and beat Adachi, who's marked as the final boss, because they're being controlled by some some divine entity, something like that. Yeah. And just like in most JRPGs, you go to kill God. If you do certain things, you realize like, and you meet certain requirements and you do certain things, you find out that there is a secret final dungeon. And the thing is that like Dan had gotten to it. It's like we thought it was just going to be like a secret final boss fight.
Yeah.
But once Dan was put into a dungeon, Dan got a little pissed, which I don't quite blame him, because it's like, oh god, we don't need another dungeon. Just put us at the boss fight. And Dan's strategy for getting through that dungeon was basically just run past all the mobs and just go straight to the boss.
That's fair.
Like it's one of those things where if you have trouble with the boss, probably dealing with the mobs are not going to help you. And the thing is this is already like 6 o'clock in the morning for me, and I was just watching him for some reason. It was a weekend, so, and I was like, okay, you know what, I need to pass out.
Alright, I guess.
So I passed out, and then just like, okay, I just want to watch how this game finally finishes.
Yeah.
And that was like a year and a half ago, because it was definitely during this pandemic. And that was
was it?
I know. Why are you giving me that look?
I'm being serious. Like,
Yeah, I know. It was really during this pandemic.
oh, God.
This pandemic has felt like it's gone on for about 10 years.
Time is an illusion.
Time is a human construction.
A human contact?
Construction. As in, like, it's something that humans made up.
Gotcha. I mean, yes, but
Yeah. But in general, it's just like, yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's the last time I watched a VOD.
because you wanted to see how it ended.
Yes. And
Okay.
it's like, it has a kind of sweet ending, but also it's like, they didn't have to throw in another dungeon. They could have literally just made it the final boss fight.
They could
And
have.
if you wanted to, made it so that there's a way that you can do some last minute grinding before it's on the final boss fight. Anyway, let's see if you can come back.
Let's see it's back. What?
Just using Nessie as a spoiler alert.
I mean, it works. It's just I missed them.
If I miss them, you mean you can still see them.
Listen, they were outside of my arm reach, so if I wanted to boop them in the snoot, I could not.
That reminds me, I actually still technically have one treasure back I need to get.
You still have one more?
Yeah,
How?
because there are certain days I just didn't pick up a treasure pack, and
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Probably one of those days I was just fucking depressed.
I mean, depression doesn't really go away.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yes, I miss Nessie when they're not here. It's okay, Nessie will have friends soon, TM.
This is news to me.
It's fine.
Okay, answer me this. Did
Okay.
you buy something or are your parents sending you stuff?
I bought something.
Okay. That was the entirety of my line of questioning.
That's the entirety of the line of questioning, okay?
It's not a Phoenix Wright game. I don't need to go through 10 layers of questioning to get an honest answer.
Well, gee whiz, now that gave me the idea that if you ask me a question, be like, well, you see, it was all about a month ago when I was looking at Twitter, because, you know, I was looking at the art on there and just, you know, got distracted, and I saw a thing, and I was just like, you know what, that would be a good friend for Nessie, and just decided to yeet some money at it, but don't worry about It was kind of a spontaneous purchase because I knew it would be gone.
I mean, that's fine. And
It's not like a secret if you want to know.
it's
I
just
guess this is more pink than it was, but not as red as I wanted to. Oh well.
it's a dark pink.
It's a dark pink. Apex made a purple Nessie.
Oh.
And I was just kind of like, you know what? Nessie needs a friend. And then when I went to go put the pre-order in for it, it also informed me that, hey, you know the really big Nessie? We also have those on pre-order. And I was just
Like, when you say big ones.
it's the big,
Oh, God.
like, I would have to find a photo to compare it, but like, the photos I've seen is just like, this is Nessie, and this is Nessie. No one else can see that. I'm
Look.
sorry.
Look.
Shiny Nessie. Basically,
Here's
that's what
my only
brain
request.
logic.
That our bed doesn't become the plushy bed.
I don't really like having plushies in my bed. There was only one point in time where I had a plushie in bed with me, and it was literally because I was sleeping alone.
But you get my point. Hey, like we have a king size bed, and yet we already have struggles to go and make sure we have enough.
Fluffy.
We're both fluffy.
I'm fluffier than you.
I'm about to make a joke, but I'm like, nope, I can't go for it.
Why?
Because
I don't understand the joke, though.
anyway,
He's being silly.
that's the reason why I muted the mic biffs. I was trying to stop the bits.
Look, I don't understand it. And that's fine.
I love you.
Love you too. I don't know where I'm going with this line of decorating, so we're just gonna kind of go with it, I guess. I mean, yes, but also I know that I very much sometimes just derive from like that disorder, so it's not all on him. What? also there in case like anyone like feels uncomfortable and wants to let me know that it's uncomfortable, so. No. Yeah, this is not quite working out, but that's fine. Its lifespan is literally going to be like 5 seconds.
You want alcohol?
Maybe.
Yes or no?
Maybe. Listen, it's very hard to choose right now.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Why is it hard to choose whether or not you want alcohol?
Guys. Don't question it.
Questioning it.
Rude. How dare you?
Anyway, I'm gonna make us drinks.
Okay. I'm just a very indecisive person. I hope you're all having a good night so far and just hanging out and watching questionably decorated cookies. Santa's turned into having a rainbow beard. And we're just going with this when I now wonder if I should have just kept the frosting white. I'm mostly trying to use this because, like, I haven't used this a whole heck of a lot. And I basically only have, like, red in this left. I could make more, but, like, it takes so much sugar. Can I do, like, a weird, like, swirly of sorts? Oh no, what was the big panic? I don't know if I like this design, so now I'm gonna see about fixing it. And I'm probably gonna make it worse. That's also gonna be fine, because like I said, these cookies' lifespan are basically like 5 seconds. I also haven't iced anything for a very long time. Yeah, I feel like this is making it worse, but you know what? We're just gonna keep going with it because, like, it's getting frosting. It'll be eaten before I know it. What happened, Beth? If you feel like talking about what caused the panic attack.
Where do you want me to put your drink?
I'll bring it over here, I guess. You should eat this because it is very questionable.
Why should I eat the very questionable one?
Because it'll still be good.
As I just got done eating ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still not great.
I'm just not a big fan of sugar cookies.
I know.
Like I said, you can offer some as tribute to my father. I'm sure he'll gladly take them all. You're
Presumably.
I think he likes sugar cookies.
You know what? I really want to see if I can do something for this one because, like, it's. Look, it's just. I'm looking at it. And it's just like, you're like, now the one that's the most. Eh. Let me- I really just need to play the Yakuza games.
Yeah.
Carnus had started playing through the first one.
No, technically the prequel is Yakuza 0.
Oh, I thought Yakuza 0 was first one.
No, so if I there was the first game was literally just called Yakuza. I forgot they did a remake of it using Zero's engine, but like the first Yakuza game, like like at least in gameplay wise, it was a little rough. You know, they made it much more fluid with time.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a few good points to if you're going to want to play the original one first and not Yakuza 0, because I don't think there's quite I don't think there's any real like spoilers or anything hinted at in future Yakuza games that happens in 0. But you would want Kimani, or I can't pronounce it, but basically that was what they named the remakes, like Yakuza Kiwami and Yakuza 2 Kiwami.
I feel like I made this worse.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a cookie.
I know.
If you don't want to do that, like I would say, like it's either those, like that, or Yakuza. I think Yakuza 0 might actually be the best jump on point. And like I said, if you're going to do if you're going to want to play 1 and 2, you would want to play the remakes of it. Yakuza 3, honestly, you can kind of skip Yakuza 3. But if you
oh well,
if you, like
you can't see it at least.
yeah, like Yakuza 3, it's still good from what I know, but it's like
Oh, this one's stabby
because
because I didn't press it down. Like just ever so gently tap right. Listen, I told you it was stabby. Not like actual stabbing in chat, but like still going to stab your mouth type of thing. Whoopsies.
yeah.
Well, I tried to fix it.
But yeah, but for what I've seen and heard, like Yakuza 4 is definitely one of the best ones. So
Is 4 like a dragon?
no, you like a Dragon 7.
Okay.
4 was interesting because it's one of the few games. I think it's the only game. Actually, it's the first time they decided to experiment with having multiple main characters.
Gotcha.
Like they did that in Yakuza 0, but Yakuza 4 came before Yakuza 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yakuza 4, the big selling point of Yakuza 4 was literally that there were 4 main characters.
Interesting.
And literally what you do is that you actually just, as you're playing through the game, you actually go through like.
There's 7?
I mean,
It's asking if there's 7.
how many Yakuza games there are? Hold on, I need to bring up chat again. There's it technically depends on how you want to count, because there's actually Yakuza. Like, do you want to count the Judgment games as the Yakuza games?
I don't know what the difference would be, so I wouldn't know.
So basically, basically what they did was that Judgment, I don't think, I think technically the current iteration, like, Judgment was technically a spin-off game of the Yakuza games,
Okay.
where you're playing basically like, I can give how the game starts without it really being spoiler. Basically, you play as a lawyer, you successfully defend your client. You're a defense attorney, and because it's actually Japan, you basically have the Phoenix Wright a legal system, but you get your client found not guilty. Problem is that no one's happy with that result, and basically what happens is that because no one's happy with that result, you very quickly find yourself ostracized as a lawyer, and I think it immediately does a time jump to where you're basically just running a detective agency, and then that's where everything kicks off.
Gotcha.
And then they did Lost Judgment, which is the sequel to Judgment. I don't know. I kind of want to play Lost Judgment because I did watch a playthrough of Judgment, but I did not. I didn't play it myself. But I did want to play Lost Judgment. The only thing I've heard is that unfortunately, this is not. I hear it, but it's going to turn off.
What's going to turn off?
The oven, because so one of the problems, unfortunately, is because likeness rights in Japan are so sacred. Apparently the actor who did the main character for Judgment and Lost Judgment, their manager was not basically was being very prickly about likeness rights, and because the guy who the main character is modeled off of actually is like a decent, if I'm correct, is actually decently well-known actor.
Okay.
So from what I heard, they still want to continue the Judgment series, but they're going to have to switch to a new, either just give the character a new appearance, or they're just going to have to switch completely new characters, the main characters, because of likeness rights.
Gotcha.
Which is shitty, but
it happens.
Yeah. Anyway, let me go turn off the oven.
Not much changed since that, but got a little beanie. Sorry, we still have plenty of stars. We still have 6 of these star cookies. I just really wanted to fix those ones because they've been bothering me. Not sure what to do for these other ones. Originally, like I said, they were gonna be yellow so I could do actual stars.
Anyway, let's give it some time to cool. But yes, actually, you know what? I would say, if you really want, Judgment games don't really tie back to the Yakuza games, in terms of but I would say definitely if you want to play a Yakuza game, just like I would recommend playing through Judgment.
I wonder if that would make like a stream type of thing, or if it's something I just play myself off stream.
I mean, it is a Yakuza game, so
And for a long ride type of thing.
yeah, like I don't like basically like it has your standard affair of Yakuza side activities like, oh, do you want to go to the bar and toss some darts? Sure. Do you want to play Mahjong? Sure. Do you want to go to the batting cages? Sure. Do you want to help out some random citizens? Definitely. You know, like it has
That kind of stuff.
there's you know the only difference is that you're not playing
This is basically why I wanted it to be yellow.
you know
You can still make do with it. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah it like the only difference is just basically who the main character is, and basically from what I've heard that the Judgment series is supposed to be what the Yakuza games of old are, and now they want to continue to take the mainline Yakuza series with Like a Dragon, where it is very Dragon Quest inspired,
Gotcha.
which is not bad. Like from what I've seen and heard, like everyone enjoys like a Dragon. The only gripe that some people have had is that it's not the standard character action. Well, it's not even character action. It's not the standard combat style.
Right.
It's a active. Well, it's not even active time battle. It's just turn based. Battling.
Yeah. No, I get you.
But honestly, like, part of me still kind of wants to go through Like a Dragon, but I imagine it's hard to justify going through a fucking JRPG.
No, I get you. Not sure if you all can hear that, but that's the garbage truck.
Yay, garbage.
I talk with my hands a lot, and I fiddle with stuff a lot.
I mean, I have a deck of playing cards here, and I was fiddling with that before.
Yeah,
Just
but
shuffling decks and just shuffling the deck and whatnot, and I constantly fiddle with my phone.
no, I get you. I just mean in the sense of I can still have a conversation and fiddle with it.
Yeah, myths. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a fan of the Fallout games. Like, it's not that, like, I don't have any like personal. My
What?
friend's asking, "What's the puppy have to do to get a cookie?"
Would you like us to put some aside for her?
I mean, the question is, how do we ship it?
I shipped you cookies.
Yeah, but they were M&M cookies, and they could break up, and you wouldn't have any problem. And some of them did technically like break in half in transport, but I'm sure we could send some over. And we also have another half of dough.
It's not technically half, but like
It's some.
it's some.
You know,
Whether or not it's gonna actually like hold up at
I mean,
all,
as long as she doesn't expect it before the holidays.
I doubt it.
I mean, mostly because like,
Oh, I guess that should be a thing I should bring up. I was gonna grab a PO box, so that way if people wanted to send me stuff that they could, mostly just for like birthday, but also if
we will get it for 13 months. Technically, it's 12, but it will come with a bonus month.
yeah,
So
which would be the rest of the duration of hopefully while we're here.
yeah, because this place is not bad,
It's not bad.
but there is a rodent problem.
There is.
Like we discovered, there's some very well hidden mouse holes, unfortunately.
I mean, there was one that you found. Kinda. It doesn't seem like the mouse had been using it, but
It
there have been a few that I have been aware of that I guess he hadn't been, and I informed him. So
yeah, like there was one in one of the closets that's very hidden in a very very dark corner, and even when you're looking at it straight on, it doesn't look like a mouse hole because it just looks like it's just the ground of the closet.
Yeah.
I had to shine the light, and it's like, oh, that's a mouse hole.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a rodent problem. Like it's not bad. It's not like
It's not bad. It's just
annoying.
we've been trying to do this humanely as possible, and I feel like it's unfortunately a bad enough problem that we're not going to be able to do that. That makes me very sad.
Yes.
'Cause I don't want us to get sick.
So yeah. So there's the rodent problem. The heaters have a mind of their own, even though they're valves. They do not have they do
Like
not.
they have turned on randomly. Like we have turned them the complete other way, and
They do nothing until randomly one day it's like, oh, we heard you want the room to be 80 degrees.
which is way too hot. It's way too hot.
Yeah, I mean that somewhat sarcastically, but also like literally is pumped.
I mean, it's,
No-
you're
not
not
pop-
wrong because like it just pumps the hot air in.
It pumped it into a point where like both of us barely got any sleep, and that was basically tossing all the blankets off the bed. That's problem number 2. Problem number 3 is our super.
Like there are so many problems here that I feel like literally fix myself,
Yeah,
and the fact that we're not allowed to.
I mean, to be fair, that's a general problem with apartments in general. But our super is our super. Okay, props to our super. He actually does stuff, but he's also a little bit of an asshole about it.
Yeah.
Like, if we wanted him to get something done, we could bring him up. But also, like, the reason why we've been hesitant on bringing him up for anything is, like, we feel the need to go and completely clean the apartment every time we suspect we're about to bring him up. And sometimes we don't even have the energy to still bring him up because, gods, we don't.
Because it's just like he wants to know at that point then like if we have any boxes, why we haven't brought them down, and it's just like, buddy, we have depression. Sometimes something doesn't go down there right away, and sometimes you just gotta be okay with it. And he's not, so it's just like, well,
Yeah, like there's been a time where like, and the thing is, he doesn't respect time frames. One time,
no, absolutely not.
like one
He
time,
respects his time and his time only.
yeah, there was one time I said, hey, I have a lot of meetings on Monday. Can we? And he has Tuesdays and Sundays off. So how about this? Can we go and resolve this on Wednesday? And then Monday comes, and it's the start of my morning meeting. He calls. It's like, well, what time are you available? I said, I'm not available today. And I said that. I said, can we resolve this Wednesday? And then later that day, he comes knocking on the door. And not like a knock, knock, knock. It's a
It scared me.
sorry. I didn't mean to actually scare you, but I was trying to go and just emulate.
I think I did it too hard. Now you can't see the.
Pattern.
Now you can't see the mice. Sometimes I am easily spooked by loud sounds.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where
So basically, we have to call him whenever we're not doing anything.
yeah. And the problem is that it's very hard to go and live life and not necessarily have everything be, nothing. Like, even if we don't have anything planned, it's like, who knows if something's going to come up? Is something going to come up with work? Is something going to come up with depression? Is something going to come up with just not feeling good? And it's just like,
This didn't quite turn out how I wanted it, but you know, it has sprinkles. It's supposed to have eyes, but you can't really see that. Well, I guess you saw them for a second, but like, you know, now the eyes are gone. They've been lost in all the sprinkles.
but yeah, I'm just, it's very much like, we don't like him, and we like. I would love to fix stuff on my own, but I don't. I feel like if I were to try to fix something on my own and something goes wrong, that will just
That'll anger him further.
yes,
Unfortunately,
and
because then it's going to be like, well, why didn't you call me?
and
it's
then
like,
it's going to be one of those cases where they're going to try to use the lease against us,
yeah, or the security deposit.
and that's a pretty penny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the security deposit is 1 month's rent.
Yeah.
One month's rent right now is $2,560 something dollars.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're not going to do anything to jeopardize the security deposit.
No. Why did use command strip out of all of them?
Yeah, I know. How even if command strips are kind of shitty.
I know.
I mean, like
Command strips are just meant to be non-permanent.
I know, and they're meant for city life and whatnot, but they're also kind of shitty.
No.
Like, and like, I don't think he's going to have an issue with he didn't have an issue with the initial Ethernet line we set up.
That we know of.
I mean, he's seen it.
We presume that he's seen it.
I mean,
because
we set it up before he even before he set up the AC unit.
Yes, but listen, I just assume that he's making records of things that we don't know about.
And that's fair. And right now, we like the goal for, and this is not like, when I say this is not to try to encourage anyone to quote unquote help, because A, no, you probably can't help, and B, we're pretty sure we already have all of the financial needs. We just mostly need to talk to a realtor. But we hope to, before the end of 2022, get to a house.
Hopefully.
Yes.
And
Whether we will be fully moved in by 2022 is a different story, but the goal would be, so this lease ends on December 4th, well, at the end of December, basically December 15th at midnight.
yeah.
So the goal would be hand in the keys by December 14th.
Yeah.
And hopefully that would be the goal. Be able to hand in the keys, go back upstate, because that's probably where we would move. It would be upstate or Jersey, probably. And the reason why I would personally vote, like, I would actually prefer upstate, but the only reason I would, in the slightest, even vote for Jersey is like, oh, if I want to go to a casino and gamble, but I don't want to go to a casino, I could legally play online poker. That would be literally the only reason I could advocate for Jersey. I'm not saying I want to go to Jersey. I'm just saying that's literally my only justification for Jersey.
No, I get you.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to go to Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania, it's basically, there's Pittsburgh, there's Philadelphia, and then The rest of it is Arkansas. Yeah. It's the Rust Belt. And it's like, no, please don't. It, like I said, I would like to stay within like the New York City-ish region, but
No, and I get you.
also mostly because if I need to go back to an office, at least
At least it won't be too bad.
it won't be murder. But that's the reason why I'm hoping for a full-time remote position at which I technically currently have, but also I'm miserable at iHeartRadio, so
For what?
I'm miserable.
I don't know.
Anyway, I should go grab our food.
That's fair. I'm getting also into apparently people also use TikTok for like telling like their experiences with like ghost stories, and I've been watching a lot of those.
Oh, really?
I know you don't believe in it though, so that's why I haven't like
Shared.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna like. I have no. Actually, hold on. And just to make this very brief, I have no problem with ghost stories. I have no problem with extraterrestrial stories. I don't even have a problem with Bigfoot stories. I have a problem when those stories become basically like when people basically use it to as a leapfrog to bigger conspiratorial issues. Like my mother basically went from like she went from very much I mean, to be fair, she probably was always like one of those people who when the CIA shot and killed JFK, she was probably always one of those people, but like she's definitely she started with just ghost stories and whatnot, and she became a hardcore 9/11 truther. She very much believed that 2012 was going to be the last year on Earth. She was one of those people, and I could tie it back to like basically like her being heavily invested in like shows like Ancient Aliens and whatnot, which are horrible shows and low-key racist and sexist.
No, I get you.
And it's just like I have no problem with it in theory. It's just unfortunately it can be a gateway for some people like my mother to shittier things.
No, I get you. It's just that like I think of the experiences that I've had with effectively ghosts, because my childhood home was haunted as all shit, and it didn't help that we're unfortunately a magnet for some things, as in buying somehow like a bad jujued mirror from a Fred Meyers, and that was just like cursed as all hell. We ended up getting rid of it eventually, but I mean cursed because like we would see like stuff in it, and it wasn't ever like necessarily the same thing. I do like the listening to the stories just kind of makes me recall like the experiences I've had. It's just like, well, at least I'm not the only one that like has had like shit like this happen to them.
Yeah. And again, if that's like I guess what I fundamentally I think the way I can phrase it is that you say you have these experiences. I'm not one to contest that, as long as it doesn't become a matter of anti-intellectualism. Like, for example, the whole entire like when referencing back to Ancient Aliens, the TV show.
Yeah.
Like a lot of that show
that
basically goes and says, "Oh, this thing that humans did." Hey, nah, it wasn't humans. It was aliens. Like the pyramids, aliens. This getting a rocket into space, aliens. It's like you're basically saying that we as a human species are completely helpless and have no scientific or have made no scientific or architectural or any engineering or anything ourselves.
Yeah.
And the reason why we exist is based on the fact that we are gifted knowledge from aliens. It's like that feels very anti-intellectualism to me.
Like, they've been able to replicate how it could have been possible with the tools back then to, like, make pyramids.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like, hey, that's the problem. Like, again, trying to say, and again, like, you know, like trying to give credit to like aliens for the nuclear program and more so the space race. It's like you're denying the work of a lot of people, especially minorities, when
Yeah.
you do that. And it's just like, can we not, please? Can we just avoid that kind of stuff? And
No, I get you.
and it's just one of those things where it's just like, that's why I draw the line with my mother.
No, and I get you. And I know anytime I've ever had experiences, I check the logic first
Yeah.
to be able to see, like, could this have happened any other way?
And the thing is that like one of the first shows that was about ghost hunting was literally called Ghost Hunters, and it was literally those plumber. They were basically plumbers from New Jersey, whose goal was like they go to some haunted locations, and they were being paid for it, and they would go and if they couldn't go and if they couldn't prove why, the people who currently owned or maintained a given site would say, okay, this place is haunted.
Yeah.
And they would go and say, okay, can we prove why these events are occurring? Why they have the perception that this place is haunted. And if they couldn't prove it, they would go, or at least prove it to a reasonable scientific
Explanation.
yes, they would actually give the money back. But if they could, they would go and say, "Hey, here's the bill."
Yeah.
And you know what? That was arguably fine back in the day. Like we're talking about early 2000s TV programming.
Like,
Well,
Ghost Hunter type of thing.
Like literally, it's called Ghost Hunters. It was, but then they started
I
doing
wonder if
like,
it's the same one then.
well,
I imagine it must have been.
we're talking about like the plumber. Like I said, there were plumbers from, but then they had a spin-off show which was like Ghost Hunters International, which very much leaned on the more, oh, this place is haunted. Let's show you how haunted this place is.
Yeah.
And that's like,
I remember that there was a place that like Ghost Hunters had went to, and I'm fairly certain it was Ghost Hunters. They went to like what was supposed to be like this haunted bar, and like random things would happen and like whatnot, like light fixtures would like shake and stuff like that. And through their investigation, they saw that like it was all rigged. Like things were set up to be able to be like mechanically like shaking things and stuff like that. So they approached them, and they're just kind of like, so here's what we found. It's not haunted. This is all of the things that you do as like kind of like a tourist trap type of thing.
yeah.
And they hated that. They're just like, no, I know what I've seen. And it's just like, they're like, but we're showing you this footage right here of like the mechanical things that like
Yeah.
make
And-
the things
and-
do
and,
that
like-
you said it does. And they were just kind of like, nope.
And yes, they came from the point of view that they believe ghosts are there, but that's not how they did their
I
science.
don't know if this is like
They didn't.
too close to things.
Yeah, but that's not how they did their scientific investigations. They started from the perspective is like, okay, is there a common, I think the explanation I want to go is a commonplace explanation for why these events are happening. Is it because there's certain, like, for example, if they did EMP readings, for example, they're like, okay, well, let's look at the electrical wiring, see what's going on there, you
Yeah.
know, that kind of stuff. And like, even though I don't, you know, myself believe in ghosts, at least that came all across as a genuine, like,
Experience.
right. It came across as people who, like, they were trying to go and just find evidence, you know,
Yeah.
like, they, you know, and, you know, like, I think, like, about 80% of the places they could explain, but, you know, it's like, there's the 20% of cases, like, oh, yeah, we can't explain this. Here's your money back, you know.
No, I get you. And here said, but showing things aren't ghosts don't pay the bills and keep the show going.
Right, and
Like-
that's the reason why it originally, like, it worked in the early 2000s when those type of shows were first getting aired. But now, you know, but then it became very much like, eventually they moved more the format of, oh, it's a ghost. You know, it's like, oh gods. You know, there's like, I remembered.
I like the designs of these, and I'm just like this one, so I'm
Yeah.
just letting these dry.
Yeah, and I just remember back in like, I remember there was that one show about you know, a kid and his group of pals from who were at a college who were like, you know, investigating demons and whatnot, like. And the guy, and it basically became a storyline where it's like, oh, this demon was at certain locations that it's like, I don't know if you honestly believe this, but even if you do, like, this is basically the equivalent of a dungeon master making the story around an NPC.
No, I get you, and I don't know if I've ever told you any of my ghost stories, actually.
Not really, but it's like you just told the one about the mirror and whatnot, but it's just
There's more to it than that.
I get that, and I'm not trying to be dismissive or anything. It's just like, but you just understand where I come from, where it's like it somehow went from, hey, you know, let's apply some sort of scientific method to explain why, you know, hey, why are these things happening? To, you know, like there's that one show that ran for way too many years that I always remember coming home and finding my mother watching. It was like Finding Bigfoot. It's like, oh, and you're on like season 3 or 4. I think you're failing at the job of your own title. And it just, like I said, it does feel like it has a wave of anti-intellectualism tied to it.
No, I get you. And I'm sure that kind of falls into what Hiro was saying, how, like, finding Bigfoot wouldn't have paid the bills or not finding him kind of thing. So, only on Animal Planet.
I thought it was on Travel Channel, but
I mean, it could have moved around.
yeah,
so.
I mean, to be fair, Travel Channel, it started as generally being about like traveling and whatnot. It just devolved very quickly into ghosts, extraterrestrial, etc. Central.
It's still not quite focused.
Anyway, let me get our food.
That's fine. Well, I guess, do you all want to hear a ghost story, or nah, are you all good? And to clarify, in ghost story, it would be my experience, not necessarily like something I heard on the internet kind of thing. I feel like it's either 4 or so I don't know.
That problem is getting off a good story. I was just coming, you know, I'm
No,
just
sorry.
holding up conversation.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll let these cool.
I mean, they've been cooling.
No, sorry. I'm gonna let these dry.
Okay.
Not cool.
Oh, like, the food has been cooled.
Yes.
It's been sitting around for like 15 minutes waiting
There's
for
a reason Alex should have they used to be about History Channel. That's fair. So, I guess I'll tell it then, just because it's, I guess, been on my mind lately with like looking at like other people like experiences with things. So the mirror in question, like I said, it was bought from a Fred Meyers. My mom bought it. It's not like it had any previous owner or anything like that. So I don't know where on earth it would have gotten like bad juju type of thing.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Copper. Thank you for the raid. I was just about to tell a ghost story. And by ghost story, I mean something I experienced when I was a child. We've been decorating lots and lots of cookies. If you would like to see some of them. I may or may not have tried and eaten some of them.
Yeah.
2 out of 3. No. I don't remember who the third person was. No.
Trio.
Thank you, Windows. That's right. Heck. I hope your stream went well. Had a tech issue. I hope you're able to get it figured out. And no worries, I appreciate the raid.
Thanks for dropping by, Copper.
So yeah, ghost story. Bought I'll start over, being that I wasn't far in. Pretty sure it was my mom. She bought a mirror from a Fred Meyers, which is just like kind of like a general like go-to store for things like household items, food, the works. And it's not like it had any previous owner. It was just this mirror, and the mirror had been placed in a few different parts of the house, but for this particular story, it was in mine's and my older sister's room. This was a time where I didn't like arguably still don't. I don't like it being pitch black. I like at least a little bit of light, so that way I'm able to just kind of like see things in case anything goes down in the middle of the night. My older sister hated it, but what we ended up coming in agreement to, unfortunately, was that we alternated nights where someone would have the light off and it would be completely dark, and I just had to deal with it. And there were some nights where the light was on. And this particular night, a hall light was on as my light source. And we slept in bunk beds. She had the bottom one and I had the top one. And there was at some point in the middle of the night, I don't know what time it was, but I woke up. I don't even know why I woke up. It's not like I needed to go to the bathroom or anything like that. I woke up, and while I was trying to get readjusted, the mirror was on the wall that kind of had the door. So from where I was laying, I would be able to like open my eyes and see the mirror. And from the mirror this particular night, there was just like this tall, shadowy figure standing there, looking at, like, looked like they were looking at my bunk, like right there. I was confused because the light was on, and I turned to look where this figure should presumably have been standing, and it wasn't there. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. I see it in the mirror, but I don't see it next to me. I tried reaching out from the bunk bed and waving to be able to see if I could see myself in the reflection of the mirror, because I'm just like, maybe I'm just like perceiving something differently. But I couldn't see myself in the mirror at that point. So I'm like, okay, still weird. I decide that I'm going to get out of my bed, go and stand in front of the mirror and see if I was able to see it from the mirror's perspective. And I couldn't, obviously. But me being up close to the mirror was able to... I could see my reflection from it. Kind of went out into the hallway where the light was, see if I could see anything from that perspective. Still nothing. So I'm like, okay, fine. Whatever. I'm going back to bed. I hop back into the bunk bed, and as soon as I laid down and look at the mirror one last time, it is there again. And once more, I try reaching out to see if I can wave at the mirror, and I just can't see myself. So I'm just like, you know what? This is weird. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna go to sleep at this point. And sure enough, when morning comes, like, I try once more to be like, okay, well, now it's light out, so can I actually see myself from this position in the mirror? And I could. And it's just like, I don't know what that was then. OBS was reporting to little to no drop frames, but a viewer of mine reported it was a point presentation. 2 frames, so I'm confused. Huh. Well, hopefully it might have just been their internet and not like...
Yours.
Yeah. Or anything with your computer. But yeah, that is a spooky thing. I also had a ghost try to put me into bed and tuck me in. That was fun. My mom looked up the history of the land of our house because, like, our house was newly built on that spot, but there had previously been, like, farms and stuff on there, so it's just, like, a lot of the ghosts, I'm pretty sure, that lived in that house were very attuned to the fact that it used to be a farm. Oh, man. Hopefully it's nothing too worrisome to get fixed on.
But yeah.
Sorry, you weren't interested in that at all.
I listened and I heard it, but at the same time, Jen was still asking about cookies. I just... Is it really bleeding? Fuck. I just told her after Christmas we can look at using the rest of the dough and sending her a small shipment.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's not that it's just that I don't know how to respond, and, you know, again, like...
That's what I mean with the fact that, like, even as a kid, I still tried to see, like, what could have been causing it.
Yeah.
And granted, like, yeah, I was a kid, a lot of people just kind of, like, chalked that up to, like, oh, well, you probably had, like, overactive imagination type of thing. It's just like, okay, but I, like, did these things that should have proved that, like, it was just my imagination, and it wasn't.
Right. And I'm not going to even try to be... I'm not going to be that person who tries to claim, oh, you know, like, I did not see what you saw. Therefore, I'm not going to try to make any claims on your behalf.
Yeah.
That being said, like, you know, that's all I can do.
No, I getcha.
But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know how interested you are in my poker stories. Hey, I don't know how interested at so it's like you're willing to listen is a good enough standard. And apparently people are willing to listen to both of our shenanigans, so Barry came in right on the point where I was talking about Neil getting in a fight at Treasure Island.
I mean, when you say it in that context, it makes it sound so much more worse.
I mean, great. To be fair, as I said before, I don't think the fact that the floor manager got between us was the reason I stopped. It was my father getting between us that I stopped. Because my father is a big man.
Yeah.
He's like 6'2", 300 pounds. Most of that is muscle.
I imagine it would be because of his job, so.
And he did he was part of the Navy. He did regularly exercise, whatnot. Sometimes,
Hi, Nikki. Also, yeah, cookies. They're not gluten-free cookies, so. I've just decided that I'm going to take an allergy pill, though.
and good thing,
give a darn.
and our dinner is not gluten-free anyway, so.
To be fair, I haven't really pushed a whole lot for gluten-free because I know that the non-gluten-free stuff is, like, expensive.
It's either, not all of it is expensive, but it's also just like...
Bread is expensive. Gluten-free bread is expensive. Gluten-free tortillas are expensive, especially for how fragile they are.
Yeah, it's you're paying a higher price for a lower... Like, for most things, gluten-free is demonstrably, demonstratably lower quality.
No, I get you.
But yeah, like, fundamentally, not every story has to, be interesting, hey, of immediate interest. Like, again, most of my gambling stories are not that interesting.
No, I get you. I only said that because I know you went immediately to your phone. I was just like,
Well,
okay.
it's not that I wasn't listening. Like, I heard about the shadowy figure and whatnot. I just, again, Jen was asking about getting cookies.
Get you.
Like, I could talk.
These are bullshit for their price and it sucks. I agree, and it's just like I just want to be able to make this myself, but then it doesn't turn out. It's just like, well, I don't know what your secret is, merchandiser, so I guess I'm just stuck with buying this for however long.
Like, the one thing that we could demonstrate, we can definitely do if we really wanted to. Like, we can make some gluten-free bread, but the thing is, it's just like, it takes effort. It is like, it's very soft bread, and just, like, it doesn't develop any real crust to it.
Like,
it's basically an almond flour.
There's almond flour, but then like sometimes you want something that's akin to as real bread as possible. And
the thing is, with the almond flour bread, it's more egg than it is almond flour, basically.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, well, heck, I got a loaf of eggs.
Which is not the worst thing in the world.
It's not the worst thing, but you lose the soft, bready fluffiness, and it's just like...
And the thing is that, like, when we used to make it more often, like, we would just put, like, a bunch of meats on it. We would put, like, bacon and...
I mean, we still can technically do that.
Yeah, but also...
That's more of, like, a low-carb thing, too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's just very, like... It's nice occasionally, but, like... I did keto for a while and lost quite a bit of weight, but it does get tiring.
And it's just with keto before, what I was able to do is that there were low carb tortillas, and that was fine, except for the fact that now those low carb tortillas are not gluten free. So it's just kind of like, cool. If I want to do anything that involves a tortilla, I basically need to,
Bake it yourself
yeah.
using your own masa.
And it's just like, even then, corn is not like low
Cheap.
carb.
Yeah.
So
and
it's just
and
like,
corn's not even cheap.
it's not.
And
King Arthur flour gluten-free bread mix is a good bread. It dries out fast, but very good.
yeah, but that's the problem. Like fundamentally, the reason why keto worked for me before, like I was able to lose like a good 20, 30 pounds on keto. But the thing that made keto possible wasn't the fact that I can cook keto meals. I have a keto pizza recipe. I used to do mashed cauliflower and grilled chicken, that kind of stuff. The problem is that it's a lot easier to do keto when you're not cooking about half your meals.
Such as being able to like go to a place that has salads and stuff like that.
Right. And the thing is that like there are some places around here, but most of them are chain restaurants. Like there's a Wendy's, there's a Burger King, there's a McDonald's, there's fundamentally most of the places around here there are no real gluten-free options.
Not really.
And even the ones that technically might have gluten-free options probably have cross-contamination.
Probably. And
Like,
the
the
thing
people-
is that like I've talked about it before, but for anyone that doesn't know, my wheat gluten allergy is purely tied to like my system not being able to process it once I start like moving. Like if I go take a shower, if I go unload the dishwasher, that kind of thing. Basically anything that would push it past my heart of like a resting level just means that it's going to kickstart an allergic reaction. Which means that the doctor I went to go see to get it like tested for and whatnot, he had said that basically had been doing it right before like all this had happened, because before I was just kind of like, well, if I'm gonna eat gluten, I'll just take a Benadryl, stuff like that. And he said that was technically correct. Like I wanted to keep doing that, like in terms of like not going completely gluten free and just basically making sure that like for 4 hours since I've basically like eaten whatever gluten thing, like if I have like an allergy pill that like and not move for a while, then like I'm fine. So it's luckily not on the level of like I touch it and I die type of thing. And I only say that because I didn't know one of my bosses literally could not be in the vicinity of blueberries, otherwise she would start breaking out. So luckily it's not that bad. And because it's kind of loose like that, like I have like still had like some things that were like gluten, and I just take the allergy pill for it.
Right.
I know that's not like the most healthiest way of being able to do it, especially for the fact that I basically have to succumb to the fact that if I want to do anything, I won't be able to, because otherwise I risk triggering an allergic reaction, being itchy, having hives, and just like all around having a bad time.
I mean that's the thing.
Like at least with now it technically is considered manageable, so
Yeah. And fortunately allergy pills are not too expensive.
they're not. It's just of, like with all the like gluten-free options there are out there, there's a lot more than there used to be.
But
And I know this because like tried like back in the day like getting gluten-free options, and it's just like that's not a
happening,
thing.
yeah. And like that's great and all. Like having options is great, but they have to be affordable options. And literally, like at our grocery market, we can get like basically what's like a half loaf of sourdough bread for less than 5 slices of gluten-free sourdough bread. Like there's literally sourdough bread that's like $7, but it's like only 5 slices of gluten-free sourdough bread,
Yeah.
and it's fucking outrageous. Like,
Then I have hives or major swelling. It's extreme muscle and stomach pain and takes over a week to fully go away. And that's what I mean by the fact that, like, I feel like I'm kind of lucky in this regard for the fact that the type of allergy that I had, like, the way that it, like, triggers, he said is very rare. Not a lot of people have it, but I do. Because why not give me, I guess, something rare in its life?
yeah. And it's, like I said, it's just fun.
And it feels bad that that's what you've experienced, Smith. It kind of makes me feel like maybe I'm being selfish with it. With the fact that, like, I'll just go and eat something gluten, take an allergy pill, and be like, I'll be fine.
But A, you want stuff that has gluten. B, it's just like it's not even a matter of cost, really. It's just a matter of, like, I don't think cost is really the issue. Like, I'm willing to pay more, even if for good quality products. That doesn't feel like what I'm doing when I'm buying gluten-free stuff. Like, at least most gluten-free stuff. Like,
That's what I mean, like, the fact that, like, we can make tomato and grilled cheese with, like, sourdough is possible, but, like, the fact that it's $7 for
5 slices, which is enough for basically just doing, you know, a couple of sandwiches between, like, that would be like one meal for both of us. Like, you know, that would be like two and a half sandwiches. And even then, like, you know, usually, like, we try to do like maybe 3 sandwiches for both of us. And, like, it's like, that's not great. And also, like, the gluten-free tomato soup option is also fucking expensive.
It is, because it doesn't have a lot of the processed stuff in it. It has minimal amount of stuff. And granted, like, I'm sure I could look up a recipe for Instant Pot.
Tomato soup. And,
Yes.
But also, it's just like, that's the thing. You have to balance wanting to, like, you know, one of the things that rich people like to toss around is that we all have the same 24 hours. And that's fundamentally a lie. Because we don't have the same 24 hours. Me and you have to do dishes. We have to clean our own apartment. We have to go and do our own laundry. These rich fucks don't have to worry about that. And it becomes exhausting. And like, I would love to cook every day. Except I don't have the energy to cook every day. I don't really have the energy to cook once a week. And most of that is due to my job. You know.
With the fact that you have clinical depression, it takes a lot of spoons for you to be able to do everything that's kind of listed as a required adult to do. And
Yes.
the thing is that, like, the 40-hour work week was based on one person being able to provide for a family. It wasn't meant to account for being able to maintain one's health, their household, and stuff like that. That's why people got married, and basically
that was back.
person was the one that took care of all of
Yeah,
things.
and that was back in the day when a single income could uplift most households.
Yeah.
Not even nowadays, a single income is like what we do. The fact that I can just go work at a computer all day, and you can do
Surprise!
streaming,
I hope I
and
didn't scare
community
you.
management and whatnot. Like, that's the abnormal part. That's not the normal part. I assume you got another raid.
Hi, Tria. Thank you for the raid.
Like, I didn't even look at chat and I knew what was going on.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Critic. Hi, Machungus. We did cookies
Hope
today.
you're ready for
we
some
did
fun.
Cookie decorating.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of real chat, but
We're just talking.
yeah,
And
this is
that's
basically a podcast episode.
That's awful, Copper. Not having comfort food is just is rough. It's so rough, especially if you're going like months and months without it, which is also why it's hard for me to just be completely gluten free because it's just like sometimes that comfort food is attached to like this one specific thing.
Yeah, like I don't know
Thank
what
you,
I
Ivan.
would do with giving up pizza. Like, fortunately,
Yeah, Nessie made all of the cookies, and she is very proud of her work. How was stream? I hope it was good.
someone get Tria a sub.
Listen, that would be enabling people at this point, especially for the fact that we're past the cooldown time, so I can't do that, Starfox.
I can do it. I can do it just because you won't do it.
Fuck, I thought you said you couldn't.
No, I said could.
Tria watched a scary video and died of fear. What?
Yeah, we were just talking.
Hopefully we'll get Tria to partner someday.
Yeah.
No worries, Tria. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for the raid. That was sweet of you. And I don't know what Myth said, but thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's again, I have like I have no problem with the idea of buying gluten-free food. Like,
I feel like it's expensive.
It's not even that it's expensive. It's a problem. It's the fact that it's expensive for lower quality, lower quantity. Like,
That's good, Tria.
You're-
Have a good night.
like the idea of gluten-free food is that you're basically paying for all the, basically all the benefits. That, you're not buying it for any substantive benefits. You're just buying.
Thank you, Tria. This is my first cooking stream and I'm amazing. I'm just me. I'm just a goober on the internet, but thank you. What?
I mean, what do you call me? I'm just a goober on the
You're
internet.
amazing. How dare you? I will slap this in your face. And the best part is that the camera went beat it across the table. You're amazing. Thank you, Myth. That Carnage, you're amazing too. Agreed. Agreed, Myth.
But yeah, like if I felt like if I was getting equal quantities and equal quality of food when buying gluten free, I would have no problem buying it. Like if I got a half loaf of sourdough bread and like the normal half loaves of sourdough bread are like $6-7, and if we got like a half loaf of sourdough bread that was just as good as the ones that we got for like $10, I wouldn't feel so bad. But the fact that we get 5 fucking slices, it's like, what is this shit?
That's the episode.
But that is it's basically.
I don't say that as if like
Right, I know. It's basically just capitalism is fucky. As a benefit of, as someone who's basically a pure product of capitalism, the fact that I can sit in front of a computer and make as much as I do, to the fact that I can talk about buying a house, it's just fucked all around.
No, I get you.
And I'm more than willing to spend I have gluten-free recipes. I have low carb recipes and whatnot.
I mean, I would prefer doing low carb stuff. I think just because
Health reasons.
I would like to be less fluffy.
Yeah, and I would too. But I also I feel like a lot of my fluffiness is tied to my depression. And unfortunately, my current job is not going to help a lot up on the depression front.
use stress seed, and usually your stress seed go-to is something sugary. You can have whatever cookie you want. I will send it through the disk drive, and then you can receive it, Greg. Here, Greg. This one's for you. It's going in the disk drive. There you go. Receive cookies.
Oh god. So yeah. So let's see. It
I
is.
don't know how well that came over. I don't know why that's. I don't know why that's the sound it just drive makes, but okay.
It's midnight.
It is, and
We
can't stay up too late because we have to be up early.
Yeah, like the latest we can be up is like 10 o'clock ish, and we still need to do some stuff tonight. We need to pack toiletries. We need to pack some more clothing for Calvi because yes, you are required to have clothing at the casino.
Yeah, how dare you imply otherwise? Listen, if you told me clothing wasn't requirements, I'd be like, how come?
So basically, you don't ever try to suggest to take you to a nude beach. Gotcha. No.
I would be too self-conscious of my body and being like,
I know. I'm joking around.
I know. Just try to burr. It did.
So, I think like we can talk for a little bit.
We finished cookies.
Yes. So we can talk a little bit longer. But I think the important question of the night is Deer or Dan?
I rated Deer last time, so maybe Dan.
Okay. But yeah. I'm glad that we've been able to do this for the past like 8 months or so.
Like, I know technically it's been longer because it was like about a month before I made affiliate.
I mean,
but,
to be
like,
fair, Eric, when this is 8th month anniversary, that means it's the start of the 8th month. So it's only been technically 7 months since you've been affiliate. So it's been about 8 months since you started streaming full time. I mean, it's not really full time, but you get the point.
Not really, but like, I could in theory make it full time, but
I mean, you basically do. Like, you do like a 30-hour work week with streaming, ish. But
I don't know. I still kind of flop between back and forth with like, maybe I should get like
a schedule.
Well, not only that, or like, alternatively, maybe I should just get like a part-time job so that way I can like save and yeet money at people.
Yeah. And if you want to do that, I'm so willing to support you doing that. But
I know. It's just like,
New York City's New York City.
yeah, and like, my main thing with it is that like, I do still technically have the storage unit, like back in Oregon, that I do still have to pay for until I get it sorted out. And the thing is that my parents have been too busy to send stuff, so it's not like I can really approach them with like talking about it.
Yeah,
I figured out
they've had a year.
I know.
But
Originally, though, the plan was that like my siblings were gonna help me with the cost of it, and then they were gonna also store stuff into it.
but that
and
didn't manifest.
That never manifested in the point of like it getting sorted out, so I don't know.
But yeah.
Thank you, Myth, and thank you, Savvy, for 6 months. Holy shit, though. Because you came in, Savvy, during the new Pokemon Snap streams.
Yeah. But yeah, we've been doing this for 8ish months, and before I used to go and keep my neck out, and now I'm basically a fixture.
What do you mean keep your neck out?
As in, like, for the first few streams, it was basically just you.
Yeah, but you were also taking naps then.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Stabby. Like, it's. I want you all to be able to take care of yourselves first and foremost. You'll never need to worry about, like, if you need to put yourself first in that priority. I would rather still have you here to be able to hang out with at a later time than feeling like you have to keep going with something.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this is more for Calvi's in mind mental health than, like, we don't, like, fundamentally we don't really care about the money.
Not really. It's
Like-
nice to be able to have, like, money
Okay.
I feel like I can spend on stuff.
To be fair,
but,
the
like-
money mostly goes to games, Netflix, and whatever other minor things, and also
Like,
tossing it back at people.
tossing it back at people, being able to make the streams better, and
Netflix.
also Netflix, and right now the storage unit, which like is $66 a month.
But yeah, fundamentally, like, this is not meant to be this is not meant to be like, oh, if the income goes down, then
Like if income goes down, we're not doing it anymore. Like, no, I would like to one day make it to partner and be able to just kind of have that be a goal of something I do.
yeah.
But
And-
I don't ever want it to come at the cost of guilting people to feel like they have to do this in order to be here.
Yeah, and like fundamentally, the amount of money that we would need to make from, like, there's no way in how I would make this like a full-time thing, because the amount of money that we would need to make for this to make me think, oh, I can quit my job, is way too much money. Like, we are not partner status at that point. We are well beyond that. Like,
Well, I don't want you to feel bad, Stabby. I understand, like, that doesn't mean that it's gonna automatically make you not feel bad. I just hope that being able to hear it from not only me, but also as Curtis said, like, we would want you to take care of yourself first and foremost.
I was just quickly mentally doing the math. It's like, okay.
It's like doing the math on things.
Wait, like, the thing is that, like, at 200, like, before partner you get a better share, but like as an affiliate you get 50-50 share.
And apparently you can also negotiate getting a better share of that.
Once you hit partner, I think.
Yes.
But the thing is, like, even at 50-50, like, the amount of subs we would need every month to be able to replace my job, I think is like would need like, I think we would need technically like
Abby was saying 6,000.
if it's 6,000 is not that far off. 6,000 subs per month.
I don't know if I would ever be able to make that much.
No,
but,
like, that's well beyond, like, there's only one person that we know that might be making that.
Ninja and
Whoa, no.
Critical Role
No, sorry, when I say we know, like, we interact with, and I'm talking about Barry.
I don't know that.
Barry, I imagine it's not that far from, like, that many subs a month.
I don't know, but I don't feel like it's my place to ask.
No.
you, so.
I'm not gonna inquire. Like, I'm all for talking about salaries opening, but
Right.
also I'm not gonna force anyone to talk about it.
Exactly.
It's consensually you can talk about yourself. It's like, I'm not gonna shut you down for saying it. I'm not gonna be one of those people who's like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about your salaries at the job place. Fuck you. No.
No, I know, and that's why, like, at every job I've had, I was just like, you wanna know? Like, if anyone ever had any questions, it's just like, okay, so here's how much I make, here's what happened that got me to here, and just, like, lay it out for them.
Yeah. Like,
so that way they would know in
like,
case anything.
I can go in, like,
Don't
like,
talk about your paychecks at work. That's rude. That's how they undercut
but no,
people.
stabbing a guess of about 6,000 subs a month is actually almost exactly on point. a little
But
less
that's
than
to replace your paycheck.
that
like-
would, yeah, and that's a fuck ton. Like, and the thing is that like trying to live off that many subs, like,
Yeah, which is why, like, I would first and foremost want people to take care of themselves. Like,
yeah,
having the money from this just means, like I said, I buy games to be able to stream and, like, hang out with you all, and being able to, like, maybe grab myself a milk tea kind of thing, or being able to yeet money at the storage unit until I can get that sorted out and be able to talk with my parents a little bit more thoroughly about it. Because my father's gotten a new job. He's been at the same place for over 30 years, so that's a big change for him. And my mom had a kidney stone that she's still kind of seeing and checking in with, because they said that it should be able to correct itself based on changes of diet, but she also had to go in for blood work recently because they want to make sure that the kidney's actually still functioning properly. So it's just like, which
Yeah.
means that there's just going to be even more and more change. So mentally, what I figured would happen was we were still going to be able to go in Thanksgiving time, to be able to go down there. I would hopefully be able to address the things that I would need to during the week that we were there, so that way I'm not, like, leaving anything unresolved.
but unfortunately, between a bad trip at the beginning of the month, the fact that we weren't quite sure because of boosters, and also general shittiness of your siblings, or at least one of
And
them,
well, and also, like, lease.
in lease, in the fact that we were unsure about the lease stuff
We were
until
unsure about
until basically Thanksgiving week.
It was
thi-
like the day before.
I thought it was a week before, but
It was basically a day before Thanksgiving.
that we had confirmation that yes, we still have
Yeah,
a
and
lease.
it was just, we found out through electrical, like, we didn't get, like, the actual paper thing until a week after we had found out.
Yeah, and it's just very much like because there was fuckery going on. Apparently, they had sent it out in like September or something, and that didn't properly. Whatever company they used to do mass distribution fucked up, so they had to send it. And they were like, "Hey, if you don't receive it by X date, give us a call and we'll hand deliver it." And they still hand delivered it anyway.
To be fair, though, they hadn't received it by a certain time, so they probably assumed we never received it and went and hand delivered it.
Yeah, like.
Thing is that, Myth, all of my stuff is at my parents' house. So, my parents are staying with what's supposed to be family friends, and they own the property. Which means that anytime anyone ever comes over, anyone ever, like, delivers something to the house or anything like that, they basically have a problem with. So, the idea of me sending movers to my parents' house to be able to retrieve my belongings is not great. Yeah, it's also not all in the storage unit. Like, the storage unit is a mixture of, like, there's some collectibles of mine that are still in the storage unit, but it's mostly my parents' stuff at this point. Because it originally started off as, like, their storage unit that they had when we had lost, well, not when we had lost our childhood home. It was when they had lost their rental and had started the whole being able to go stay with those family friends and whatnot. But
yeah, at this
yeah,
point,
it's not all in the same place. It's not all packed. A lot of it's kind of, like, out. Unfortunately, like, I misgauged my time, my energy, and just kind of all of that, like how much time I spent going through the storage unit, making sure that I had my stuff versus his stuff, and being able to, which I shouldn't have had to do, like, I did anyway, which was, like, sorting through our stuff in the storage unit and delivering his stuff to him at my old place. And I did that because like he's not able to drive, so it's just like I'll just do this so that way, at the very least, I also know that with going through the stuff, I know that I went through the stuff. I know that my stuff is not in the stuff that I'm giving him.
But yeah, I think that's. We have a lot we want to get done this upcoming year.
We do, and
First thing might be talking to my bank,
seeing what would need to be done to start that kind of process.
realtor, and mortgage. Basically, we don't want a super expensive place. To be fair,
No,
even if
arguably just not a haunted place.
I can't guarantee anything about that.
Listen, I just come with you, and if it feels like it has bad juju, or if they have a basement that they're blocking off for unknown reasons, we just book it.
I mean, if they're blocking out the basement, they're actually subverting the law at that point.
Gotcha.
Because
There are some places that are not technically required to give you all the information.
they're not required to give, like, they might not tell you if there's a hidden meth lab, but they are supposed to give you, like, allow you to walk through at your own leisure. You know?
No, I get you.
So, I mean, to be fair, if we're going upstate New York, probably, like, we're not going too far upstate. We're not going towards Albany. We're just, like, a couple hours from the city. We're not talking about meth lab territory.
No, I get you.
But in all seriousness,
You laugh, but like my old hometown was basically that.
oh yeah, like
And then the neighboring town was also like that. So
yeah. I think we're at a good place to call it a conclusion for the stream.
no, I get you. Next stream won't be until we get back, which is on the 24th.
Yes.
Because we'll be gone for the next couple days at the casino. I will probably post pictures and stuff of it.
You will either show me having lots of money or losing all my money. Take a choice. No.
I usually post them in Discord, so like,
Yeah.
if you would like to join Discord, that is the link.
Yes. You
And
can always take a picture of me at the poker table, the poker tournament.
only if you want to. Like, you haven't shared a photo of your face before, so
I know.
so that is entirely up to you.
You can always take pictures and then we can figure it out afterwards, right?
You get savvy ass. I get to choose if you win or lose money. No.
I mean, only if you're at the casino with me.
I love the fact, Nikki, that just has the Santa hat. And it's snowing in the background. It's just like Christmas cat going, yeah.
So
All on 23rd.
no, I don't play roulette.
I don't play roulette either.
Roulette is a horrible
Probably
game.
probably the only thing I'm going to be doing is like doing some slots, probably. And, like,
I'll set you up. We'll set you up with a card, and we'll give you money to put on the card and just sit in front of a slot machine. Also, I did teach Calvi how to play Pai Gao poker, which is a neat little table game that's very slow paced, and we can play together and whatnot. And won't lose too much money there.
Hopefully not.
Look,
Thank you, Toucans. We're gonna be wrapping up here. But yeah, all the cookies are done. I've already sent one to Greg through the disk drive. From my understanding, he received it. I don't normally do raid messages, but being that we'll go say hi to Dan, we could probably just tell him that his cookies are in the disk drive.
I mean, that's up to you.
I think it'd be funny.
Sure, why not?
But yeah, we'll be back on the 24th. I don't know what we're doing on the 24th.
We
Maybe
have
we'll do,
a
like-
multitude of games we can play. I know we.
Oh no, I rated deer last time is what I said.
Yeah.
So I figured I would just like kind of switch
to Dan.
between people.
Also, Dan recently rated, so
I have not thanked Dan yet for that grade, so
this is your way of doing that.
yeah.
And saying his cookies are in the disk drive.
Yeah, it's cookies are in the disk drive.
Um,
But I don't know what we're doing when we get back.
it
Might be
there,
a real life art stream, might be something else.
there is also the Fall Guys event.
There is a Fall Guys is doing double fame for like a couple of days, and it's going to start on the 23rd.
Also, you might want to check the store because I think they had the Sally costume up.
I already grabbed it, which is how I found out about double fame.
Oh. Well, excuse me,
I
princess.
appreciate you reminding me. I've already grabbed it. I'm gonna be broke by the time the last skin comes out, but it'll be fine.
Well, we just need to play more.
Listen. How dare you come into my house? You don't get this dry cookie anymore. No more cookies for you. Which includes all future cookies.
I guess we just have to go to Zaro's more often then. So I can get their M&M. Actually, they haven't even been storing M&M cookies because they've been like shit. And you know, businesses hasn't been picking up. We're going to stick to just basically chocolate chip and like black and white cookies.
Dang it.
And even then, they're known for their black and white cookies, and they haven't always been keeping the black and white cookies in stock. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're known literally for black and white cookies, and yet business is that bad that you're not always keeping them in stock. What the fuck?
I get you. Well, it's okay. For me,
I don't know if the shuffling even picks up on camera.
I believe it does.
Having two arms side by side is not
Listen,
great.
it's not good. But it's fine. You can still see Nessie. Which is the important thing, honestly. Listen, I made it work. So, it's fine. Get this started.
Yep.
I thought I did. Am I like goofing this right now? No. I must have typoed something. Don't worry about it. Thank you all for hanging out. For anyone that decided to hang out from any of the raids tonight and followed and whatnot, I appreciate it. And hopefully you all like the cookies. I don't know if you would be interested in something like this in the future, but I'm definitely open to the idea. I know they don't look super great on the camera, at least to me. We can always we still need to do an art stream, like a traditional art stream from the charity. And I would like to do that before the end of the year, so that might also be a possibility for next stream. I guess, like, should advocate that if you want to follow us, you can hang out more in the future. That would be nice. And I guess just work towards being able to build this up more and see what we can do in the upcoming future. I hope you have a great day too, Ivan. Love you too, Nikki. We'll go say hi to Dan. That will be raid message.